Journey Symposium presented by the John P. Mayhew Foundation. I am Colonel Mary Lowe Mayhew, U.S. Army retired, President and founder of the Foundation. Before I tell you about our event today, I want you to remember three numbers: 193, 130, and 261. The John P. Mayhew Foundation was established in 2016 after Kevin and I lost our only child, John, to addiction. After his death, friends and colleagues reached out to us with the idea to establish the foundation as a way to honor John's support of military, family, and veteran causes around mental health and well-being, and for his advocacy for the recovery community and helping others get access to resources and start on that pathway to wellness. We learned a lot from John when he was in recovery, and he was not afraid to talk about mental health and addiction challenges and access to resources. Today we continue those efforts with the work of the Foundation to build better pathways from wounds to wellness for our military veterans, their families, as well as all members of our community who are impacted by post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, addiction, and suicide. The goal of the symposium today is to bring thought leadership to the complexities of mental health and elevate pathways forward to improve the health and well-being, not only for our military and veterans and their families, but for all. We do this through education, advocating for integrative care models, more research, and facilitating the building of resiliency in our communities. And now, those numbers. In 2019, more than 70,000 Americans died from drug-involved overdoses, including illicit drugs and prescription opiates. That means 193 on average per day. Those include our veterans and members of the military, but also our friends, coworkers, and our children. We cannot forget that this is Suicide Prevention Month, and according to the Center for Disease Control leading cause of death report in 2019, suicide was the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States, claiming the lives of 47,500 people. That means on average 130 people a day die from suicide. Approximately 22 of those were veterans. Suicide was the second leading cause of death among individuals between the age of 10 and 34. Think about that, 10 years old. Some of those were our military children. It is important to note that in 2019, there were nearly 2.5 as many suicides as there were homicides in the United States. And last year, the CDC reported that suicide was the leading cause of death in our adolescents. Excessive alcohol use is also responsible for more than 95,000 deaths a year in the United States, or 261 per day, and it is often cited as the leading substance use disorder in our active military. The numbers I just shared are staggering, and if we can combine these categories, it portrays an even more painful picture around the tragic loss of life associated with mental health issues. However, what the numbers don't tell you are the long-term impact on families and communities and the economic perspective and personal issues. They don't clearly show the risk factors that are associated with mental health, such as traumatic events, moral injury, and social stress, all of which greatly impact our military veterans and families. Recently, we have heard a lot around mental health from many of our Olympic athletes and others, which bring these issues to the forefront to help reduce stigma. But it is abundantly clear we need to do more. As a nation, we must take action and lead the way to build better pathways of recovery from wounds to wellness for our communities, our military and veteran families, because our youth and our nation are dependent on it. And with that, I would like to introduce our opening keynote speaker as we begin the day with important discussions. Mrs. Patricia Montes Barron was appointed as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Military and Community Family Policy in January of 2021. She was responsible for a broad portfolio that includes policy, advocacy, and oversight of all community support to service members of the services. The military once supports her, and non-military military spouse, career, advancement, morale, welfare, recreation, and family advocacy programs. Prior to joining military community family policy, she served as the director of Family Readiness Rescue of the United States Association of United States Army. Previously, she served as director of outreach, military training projects of Zero to Four, and also worked as the director of youth initiatives at the National Military Family Association, where she oversaw Operation Purple Camp program. As an Army spouse for 30 years, she's been involved in a myriad of efforts to support our military families. She served as the Department of Defense Military Family Readiness Council 0 to 3's coming together around military families advisory committee, the Sesame Workshop Talk, Listen, Connect Phase 2 Advisory Panel, the National Child Traumatic Stress Network Advisory Board, and the Child Care Aware of America Advisory Board, and the Boys and Girls Club of the American National Military Family Leadership Council. Please join me in welcoming Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Military and Community and Family Policy, Mrs. Barron.
Just a moment, please. Very low. Sorry to interrupt. There's an audio-visual issue. People online can't hear properly, so you may need to reset it. Okay. People are saying that they're getting terrible echoes and they cannot understand what's.
It should be fine.
Should be fine now.
There's a delay, so it'll take a second.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We're okay to go.
Okay.
Mary Lou, thank you so much for that very nice introduction, albeit a bit long. So I'm just very honored to be here. It is my honor to address this amazing body of experts, which include brain health researchers, physicians, military leaders, public policy experts, and community advocates. You are here for a purpose, a call to action, providing a collective sharing of promising practices, identifying policy, research gaps, and opportunities to create a better pathway to recovery from wounds to wellness for service members, veterans, and families that have all been impacted by traumatic stress, brain injuries, addiction, and suicide. What an honorable and noble goal, and truthfully, a very difficult one. Because as we all know from experience, one day alone won't create change, but it will start the collaboration. It will inform the process, and it highlights the issues in ways only a convening like this can do. This is the John P. Mayhew Foundation's 4th annual Hero's Journey Symposium. Congratulations. In 4 years, you have moved the needle forward in building better pathways to recovery from wounds, both visible and invisible, to health and wellness. These goals resonate with me because my family is not immune to these challenges. I've been married to a soldier for 41 years, 30 of which was spent on active duty. I spent segments of time solo parenting as he, an infantryman, was sent to many places that we, his family, could not go. His absence robbed my children of a physical and emotional connection that was crucial to their development and their well-being. We did the very best that we could, as all military families do, but today, 41 years later, my oldest son refuses to discuss his military upbringing. He says the memories are not pleasant and he would rather keep them at bay. It's not surprising to me that mild depression and anxiety were part of his formative years. Fast forward to my role as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Military, Community, and Family Policy. I am so honored to lead an amazing team who is dedicated to ensuring we establish quality of life policies and programs that help our military families live their best military life. And that includes non-medical counseling through our Military One Source platform and military family of life counselors, and I'm sure you'll hear more about them later on today. Military life, as you're well aware, is a rewarding and very challenging adventure. It affords us many amazing moments, but requires a lot of hard work, particularly for our service members and particularly for our families. Being away from them while on deployment or temporary assignment is incredibly tough. It only gets tougher when a service member comes back injured or wounded, or they come back a little bit different. We talk a lot about resilience in the military, and resilience is a skill military families must learn due to the nature of military life and is key to our military readiness and quality of life. But we shouldn't make military families feel as if there is something wrong with them when that resilience falters. Life happens, and our ability to handle these stressful and traumatic episodes varies from person to person, and that's okay. At Military, Family, and Community Policy, supporting and improving resilience in military families is a key focus area for us. We are very good at what we do, but we recognize that we don't know it all, and we recognize that we can't do it alone. Symposiums such as this is where we can collaborate with you and participate alongside you, and that can only make us stronger. We've got a lot to share, and you'll hear from my esteemed colleague Lee Kelly later on, but for now, let me just say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the professional discussions. And thank you for sharing our passion to support military families, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, and no matter what they're experiencing. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Barron, thank you so much for those wonderful comments. And what I would like to do now is invite our first panel up. And Mrs. Barron, I would be honored if you would help me greet the first panel. This one obviously is something near and dear to my heart. And it's about improving the mental well-being for our children and families. And I would like to welcome our facilitator, Lee Kelly, who is the Director of Military Community Support Programs for the Office of Community and Family Policy, Department of Defense. I would like to then welcome Trish Gulaki, founder and executive director of the Glow Media Project and longtime friend. I would next like to welcome Dr. Rebecca Porter, President and Chief Executive Officer of Military Child Education Coalition. And finally, Ms. Dorinda Williams, Dr. Dorinda Williams, Clinical Counseling Section Supervisor under the Navy's Counseling, Advocacy, and Prevention CAP program. Thank you, ladies. And if we could come up and get one small group photo with the team. Thank you, ladies, and thank you again, Mrs. Barron. We are really honored to have you here today, and I think your opening comments are really going to set the stage for some important work that needs to be done in moving that needle forward and continuing the efforts. Thank you.
I'm so looking forward to getting this panel started today. I can really think of no better way to continue setting the tone for today than to start by sharing Ms. Trish Gulaki, your Glow Media Project public service announcement that amplifies the voice of our children during COVID-19. And I think that hearing from the voice of these children will really serve to continue to set the tone for this morning. And so, Anthony, may I ask that you share the PSA now?
We're like living through a chapter in a history book, and it's like we don't really know how that chapter is going to end.
Normal just got like taken away.
That motivation to go to school and do well was just gone.
Social media, I don't feel as I'm very social on it.
I just needed the hugs and support, but I really couldn't get it.
I like to pretend like it didn't happen.
It takes more of a toll on your mental health than you realize.
I lost people during the pandemic. It was just a lot of stress, and I just wanted to give up at one point.
I definitely feel like I turn to the arts when I'm having like anxiety or like depressive thoughts. Music has been like a super big part of that.
At the beginning of the pandemic, we would go do karaoke nights.
Going through this together is really what's going to help us pull through.
That PSA served to amplify some of the voices of children and the experiences that they have had during COVID-19. Add to that the challenges that military children face on a regular basis, oftentimes due to frequent moves every 2 to 3 years and geographic separations. We know from the Defense Health Agency that we've seen an increase in mental health demand, as well as an increase in challenges faced by military parents and military children. So across the board, across this landscape, we're seeing stressors no matter what role you're playing in that family. And so with a challenge this complex, I have to say that I'm heartened to be here today with a panel with this level of expertise, representing truly what is a public-private partnership. And so because your experience, each of you, is so varied, that's where I want to start today. I want to start by talking about the lens that each of you, through your work and your experience, bring to this space. And so, Trish, may I start with you?
Sure, thank you. I'm honored to be here today. I believe this is my 3rd appearance at the symposium, and happy to be here every year. Mary Lou does amazing work, and my son, George, was a dear friend of John Mayhew's. So this is a subject near and dear to my heart. I am a civilian, so I'm probably the only non-military person on the panel here today. I started a nonprofit organization in 2016, and we address the mental health education of specifically adolescents, teenagers. That's my target audience. But we provide free resources through film and supplemental guides for educators, parents, guardians, and students, free of charge. So we found there was a very strong need for more, better mental health education in our school systems today. And the pandemic has only amplified that need. And I think that's one of the positives that has come out of the COVID-19 pandemic, is that mental health education will be at the forefront of schools moving forward.
Thank you, Trish. Dr. Becky Porter. Becky.
Hi, Lee.
Would you share a little bit about the lens that you're bringing here? What are you bringing with you to this space this morning?
Thanks for asking that. And as Trish mentioned, I do have a history in the military. I was on active duty for 28 years and was a clinical psychologist during that time and the director of psychological health for the Army. But I also volunteered for an organization called the Military Child Education Coalition, or MSEC. And I'm now their CEO and president, and really it's through that lens, with my psychologist hat on, that I'm coming here today. MSEC has been around for 23 years and works diligently to facilitate smooth transitions for military-connected children, veterans children, from school to school, and to support their well-being during deployments and separations. And so it's really a pretty good match if you think about the fact that military-connected kids, like Mrs. Barron said, are really resilient, but they have incredible challenges that help develop that resilience. And so that's the lens through which I'm looking today.
Thanks, Becky. Dr. Dorinda Williams. Dorinda, would you please share? I probably know you the most out of any of our panelists, and I really,
better or worse.
I really think the audience would benefit from hearing the lens that you're bringing. You have a very unique lens that you're bringing to the table this morning.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the combination of two of my passions. One is working with and on behalf of military families and infant and early childhood mental health. I actually started out at the Family Advocacy Program, an internship and then postmasters, And that work kind of, to be really interested in, what's going on that can contribute to family violence, and recognizing that there are so many stressors, and sometimes traumatic circumstances. And so kind of how do we build intergenerational resilience, and start from the very beginning. And so I transitioned to the new parent support program, home visitation program, was there for many years. And again, the more that I did the work and the more that I looked at the research, I got, I really recognized the critical, inextricably linked health and wellness of the parent and caregiver, and how that plays out in the life of our youngest children. And now I'm back at the Navy. I was also director of military family projects at 0 to 3, which is a national nonprofit. And I do want to give a little disclaimer, because now that I am back working with the Navy, these are my, I am not representing the Navy today.
Well, Dorinda, I have to say, the Department of Defense is very lucky to have you back, so thank you. Dorinda, Becky, Trish, thank you for sharing your lenses. I heard on the clinical front the need to recognize, what each role brings to the table within the family unit, how we intersect with our educational systems and introduce resources that are advantageous no matter what's happening in a family's life. Trish, the importance of mental health education and outreach, and to have that education be provided for free, and the kind of power that brings to the table. So I'm really heartened to have what I'm looking at now as almost a platoon of resources here. And that's what I think is needed, is a platoon, because frankly, when I think of our kiddos right now and our families, during this ongoing pandemic, I'm terrified. And there are a lot of challenges out there. And this is where I want to go with the conversation next. I want to hear from each of you about what most concerns you, but then also what most gives you hope in this space. And so, Trish, may I pick on you first again?
Sure. What most concerns me about the state of mental health of our children and teens, that we aren't doing enough to help them. There is not enough support in the school system, in society. The stigma around mental health challenges is strong. So a teenager who wants help, needs help, may not want help. I'm not going to the counselor. Someone will see me. That's not going to happen. One of the benefits of COVID was with online schooling was that a student who was struggling might be able to reach out to that counselor from their home, which was a saving grace for so many. That's one of the hopeful things I would like to say. So while there is not enough support in the mental health community, we are making strides toward that, and COVID has just pushed it along. There is no denying now that we need to focus on mental health education and support for our children.
Thank you, Trish. Hopes and concerns, Becky.
So I'll start with concerns. I think especially, and remember I'm looking at it through the lens of military connected children. And one of the things that we saw particularly during the pandemic was that military families continued to move, and there were many kids who would go to a new school and not go to the school. So for example, I asked a friend of mine, how are your boys liking their new high school? And she said, well, they've been there to pick up their books and that's it. And then she told me a story about coming home from work one day, and one of her sons was sitting working on a project, and she said, I thought that was supposed to be a group project. And he said all the other kids knew each other, and when the teacher assigned the groups, they logged off and started working separately from him. And, you know, I mean, you could say, well, you know, get in touch with the teacher, and put yourself in the position of the new kid who doesn't know the teacher, doesn't know the other kids, and doesn't want to reach out. And I think that is representative of what so many military-connected kids went through, whether they moved or not, but just this sense of isolation and deprived of the normal ways that they connect with new students and new friends in a new environment. What I'm hopeful about is the increased emphasis and awareness of these kinds of issues, both for our military-connected kids and the civilian kids, that there is a sense of isolation. I mean, adults are feeling it as well, and I think it's easier when you've experienced something yourself to empathize with others and to realize the need for services. Mm-hmm. So I'm hopeful that people are coming together around this sense of isolation and maybe mild or maybe severe depression, and reaching out for help around those issues.
Thank you, Becky. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go to Dorinda next, and then I want to pull the thread a little bit more on the stigma and isolation comments that we've heard so far. Dorinda, hopes and concerns.
Yeah, so starting with the concerns, I worry about the stress being so extended, such a long period of time. I think about it from, you know, baby time, and so much development that has been taking place during this time, and the layers of stress. You know, as we talked about, military families know how to do deployments and relocations and things like that, and just as you know, you had said, yes, they are resilient, but they need, you know, support. That's what resilience is. Resilience doesn't happen in a vacuum. Resilience takes place in the support and love and caring of others. So it's hard, and then you add, you know, this situation. It's just a lot. It's a lot. And for little ones, you know, when we think about stress, there's kind of a continuum, you know, for everyone, but especially little ones who are just kind of learning about stress and how to manage stress, and kind of borrowing the skills from their caregivers. There's normative, even positive stress. You know, if I'm a toddler and I'm learning how to walk, then I'm going to fall down here and there. But hopefully, you know, Dad's going to come back to me and make sure that I'm okay, and give me the reinforcement that I can keep going. That's positive stress. And then there's, you know, there's more difficult stressors, specific events, maybe a loss, maybe a divorce, you know, in the family, something that's taking a little bit more from me. But again, I have at least that one caregiver who is there for me, who is attuned to my needs and my experiences and can support me in those coping resources. But then there's chronic, unrelenting, even toxic stress. And that really comes not only from the duration, but also if I don't have a caregiver that can mitigate that, who can buffer that stress. And so I do worry, as resilient as families are, you know, the highest functioning families are having a hard time. And so I do worry about what every family member is experiencing and how that's playing out in their capacity to continue to be responsive to their little ones.
Yeah. Thank you, Dorinda. Trish, you mentioned how participating in school from home obviously has its downsides, but perhaps one upside is the ability to more discreetly obtain counseling from home. And so within the Department of Defense, that's very much been something that we learned as well, that we were not necessarily expecting, but it made perfect sense when it happened. And so within the Office of Military, Community, and Family Policy, we saw that when our child and youth behavioral, military and family life counselors, and our adults, MFLACs, these are our counselors who provide upstream prevention counseling, so non-medical counseling, the day-to-day military life stressors. Certainly, they weren't trained to deal with the exact stressor of a pandemic, but as independently licensed mental health clinicians, I think all adapted to how we counsel there. And so we saw families really coming forward and saying, yes, I can do this from home. I can do couples counseling from home. That discreetness that's wonderful. And we shifted within Military OneSource to allow adolescents to obtain video non-medical counseling from home with the permission of a parent as well, again, because it's got to be convenient. So even outside of a pandemic, sometimes it just isn't convenient to get to a counseling appointment, but we don't want that to be the barrier. So we have that, that light, okay? But then we also have the stigma. I really want to zero in on something, Becky, that you said that's going to be with me the rest of the day. And you said, coming together around isolation. And I think that's right. That's such a wonderful turn of phrase, because that's really what we're doing. And so, in the department, we really look at the fact that no one agency can do it alone, right? It's got to be a public-private partnership that we bring to bear. And so I'm thinking about this coming together around isolation idea, and I'm thinking, Dorinda, of the stress that families are going through that's become so nonstop, maybe little breaks, but sustained stress. So this is a complex challenge set, but there's a little bit of hope. I want to ask you, so then what do you see then? What's the next steps? What needs to happen here as we come together around isolation to address the stress on the family right now?
May I go? It's interesting. As soon as those words came out of my mouth, I was like, well, that's interesting, because, to come together around isolation. But then as you were talking, I was thinking, well, I've actually written before about communities of care for military-connected children. And I think that's what it takes, and that's what this panel represents, is the administration, the DOD, private, even corporate, and then volunteers in different communities coming together to kind of weave this support network that doesn't cripple kids by giving them too much, but supports them in growth and supports them in developing their resilience. And so I when I originally said that, I was thinking coming together around a shared experience of isolation. But I think it provides a great impetus for communities of care to develop and strengthen in support of military-connected kids and their mental health.
Communities of care around that shared experience of isolation. What does that look like? My platoon of experts?
Well, as you were talking, I was thinking, yes, 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 and on every level. Something that we also talk about in the infant mental health world is the idea of parallel processes, that one relationship influences another. And that's when we talk about, that the health and well-being of parents is paramount to them have the energy and the capacity to give their little ones what they need. And we have a lot of helping professionals that I also have concerns for. they have also been, simultaneously experiencing this relentless chronic stress. Some might be, military families as well as being, serving military families. And so I think it's really important to make sure that we're mindful of their well-being, and that we're giving the training and knowledge and information that they need as well, because that in and of itself is self-care when I feel efficacious. Because I think, now that we do have these helpers available to the families, like through schools, through child care programs and things like that, we want to make sure that they feel ready, because things are going to emerge, things that haven't been under light when everyone was completely isolated. And so now we have to be ready to, to address some of those issues that have been happening that we haven't even been, aware of. So that's going to be a lot for the professionals as well.
I work with a team of helping professionals, and we constantly talk about the oxygen mask, right? You got to put that oxygen mask on first before you can help others. So we have this community of care around this shared experience of isolation, and we have the complexity of ensuring that the community of care itself is taking care of itself through by being able to appropriately tap into the information, education, and resources. Trish, I want to go to you next. Can you talk to me about the importance of making those tools accessible?
Excellent question and point. I'm just building on what Becky and Dorinda have been saying. Being at home together in the isolation has really put the spotlight on mental health. You're not going to find a parent in the world who's going to say to the child who says, "Oh, I don't feel good, I don't want to go to school today." They get it now. Okay, let's see what's going on. To reduce the stigma around getting help for these children and or their parents, guardians, and the helping community, we need to start the conversation in school systems, in the home. It cannot be something that we just cast aside. For example, the next film we're working on at the Glow Media Project addresses suicide prevention, a very difficult topic. But we have done a lot of research in private school systems, public school systems. It is not addressed properly in most school systems. In the case of a suicide of a student, a letter may go home to the families. That's about it. Counselors will be made available to the students. Students need more. They deserve more, and they are smarter than we give them credit for, and more resilient than we think they have been. We've found, interviewing teens throughout the past 18 months, these kids are rock stars. They are so resilient. They have learned how to make lemonade out of lemons, how to thrive during the pandemic, how to pivot, how to care for one another, which is very important. And I think I've lost my thread, but yeah.
Could I jump on to
Sure.
what you were talking about? I think that meeting the kids in the school setting is so important. And it's important, and you can affect that in a couple of different ways. One is school-based behavioral health. That's one thing that the Army started working on close to 10 years ago, is putting actual military, not necessarily in uniform, but military-employed behavioral health providers in the school system or in the school setting, so that they could see those kids without pulling them out of school, without taking them away from any classes that the teacher felt was important, of course with the permission of the parent and everything. But and they could even do family therapy in the school setting, so it's away from what some people might feel like is a stigmatizing clinic or whatever. But the other thing, to your point, Trish, I wanted to to say is that it's really important that we educate educators on what to look for, what the signs might be. Even school nurses can use a little bit of assistance in, a military child whose mother is deployed could be acting out, could be showing up in the office with a headache every day. And if they don't think to ask about a military connection, then they may not ever know what's really going on with that student.
And the same thing with early care.
Yes.
And education, early care providers.
But those kinds of things are really what provide, I think, just what the MFLEX do is upstream care to help prevent disastrous outcomes. There was something else you said, Trish, that I wanted to comment on, and now I've lost my thread.
Well, let me just add this about that. All of the things you're talking about it has to be a public-private collaboration.
Yes.
It has to be the platoon. Because the educators don't necessarily have the resources. Oh, well, we can get them through, the Glow Media Project, and plenty of other organizations that offer these resources.
And when you think about the infrastructure of programs that the military does, I mean, it's such a beautiful foundation. I think that cross-sector conversation will bring so much to the civilian communities as well.
Yeah, I think the collaboration is really key. I know from having worked inside the Department of Defense and now working outside the Department of Defense, there's a natural tension there among those partners. But I think when you have conversations like this and remember that we're all there to support the military families, there's more than enough work to go around. And we just have to figure out how to complement what each organization, each agency brings to the table.
I have a related challenge. Okay, so your next challenge, platoon, it's going to be zeroed in on the family system. I want to pull a few threads that I heard just now. So we have this community of care around the shared experience of isolation. We've got to educate those educators. We've got to make resources available where they're needed. So we talked about, from a DoD perspective, Becky, you mentioned the MFLACs. We've got more than 1,000 child and youth behavioral MFLACs in more than 1,000 schools. Great. We've got nonprofits working in the space, MSEC and others working in the space to bolster and resource schools and military families. Dorinda, you talked about educating the early child care providers as well, making sure that we have those intersection points. Trish, making that content available and readily available. But I have to say that I think that someone who doesn't work in this space would say, just make the resources available. I mean, just put it out there. How hard can that be? I mean, just make it, they'll come. I mean, you made it, you put it out. So this is what I want you to talk to me about. How do we bridge the gap, okay, on getting the resources out, the information, awareness into the hands of the people who need it? And then I want to talk about that family system, that parent. So we talked about engaging with the child with the parent's permission in the school system, okay? But still, and we talked about the teacher, looping the teacher in. But then, right now, this is a challenge to make connections with parents at home. So those are my challenges for you to address the tools and the parents.
So what first comes to me is no wrong door, for one thing. Wherever that family is, the pediatrician's office, running errands, on different levels of information, it needs to be there. And that's again why the training is so important, because you might have someone who has like one time to be able to support a family getting to the right place. So we have to be prepared whatever our role is.
Yep. Well, and I like the idea of no wrong door. Now, some people have in the past responded to that by compiling long lists of resources. And really, for me, that's overwhelming, to try to go through a list and figure out. But if you're all talking and you're all part of that community of care, then if somebody goes to your door and you're like, I don't do that, but I know who does.
That's right.
And that's
handoff.
a warm handoff that's really born out of collaboration and coming together in those ways. But to back it up a little bit, Lee, I think there's, putting together those resources and developing that content. There are different ways to get after that depending on where you're sitting. If you're in the Department of Defense, you're looking for congressional authorization and appropriation to do it. If you're sitting in a nonprofit sector, you're walking around with your tin cup and trying to plead your case with different corporate funders and philanthropists around supporting military-connected children, in my case, military-connected children. There's that. I think that, my philosophy is that if we really want it to be available to all military families and all military-connected kids, including veterans, then we need to augment what the services do, augment what the department does, with a nonprofit opportunity that is not funded by either the services or by the people who are receiving the service, the care. You know what I mean? So I just think about, so we're soliciting funds or trying to make money on the backs of the people we're serving. Doesn't make sense to me.
Right. And I think another piece of that is the theme of sustainability. What I think I've been hearing a lot, crisis can be opportunity as well. We've talked about that. And it's, I think if nothing else, COVID has kind of put a light on vulnerabilities across systems. And I'm hearing a lot about, build back better. And I think that we have to, as we build back, how do we sustain that change? Because, very often we have funding for this project or that project, and, it's great, and then we can't continue it. So how do we really, create roots?
Create roots without stagnation.
I was going to bring it from the tin cup perspective of the nonprofit. I think it really does come down to top down. And there are states in this country who have made great advances toward adding mental health education and substance abuse education into their state school curriculums. Those states are few and far between, but they are gaining ground, and as they gain ground, I think we will see a real change.
So I think probably 99% of, when I'm sitting around coming up with new ideas, 99% of them already exist, right? And it's just being aware of them. And so, Becky and Dorinda, you were talking about the warm handoff, and having that awareness. And as we talk about this collaboration, this public-private partnership, the role of nonprofits, concretely, what is that in this pandemic space that we find ourselves in, with all the lessons learned from virtual connections to the impact of isolation? Concretely, what are some of the next steps that we look at as we look to hold up and build back better our families? What are the concrete steps towards collaboration? This is an enormous challenge set. How do you don't want to, you can't boil the ocean.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind when you asked that question was convening, was bringing together different organizations and the department, bringing together the entities and people who care to try to work through this, what's needed, and what can we all do. The other thing that comes to my mind is we need to assess the need, and we also need to assess the impact of what we're doing. That's a challenge for the people who approve money going in different places. That's been a challenge as long as I can remember, is to know what impact there could be a really small from a financial perspective, there could be a really small program that makes a tremendous difference for families. And it's difficult for the leader who's making a decision to know what's the impact. And if I have to cut $5,000, which is like a flick of dust in a big budget, if I have to cut $5,000 and I know this, or $5 million even, and this program costs $5 million, well, that's easy. Just get rid of that one. Without maybe having the information to know what impact that had and will have when you cut it out. So I'm thinking convening to talk about those kinds of things as a first step.
And how to measure the outcomes.
Exactly.
In our field.
Yep.
No concrete numbers. Well, I mean, there are, well,
and prevention and public health numbers are really difficult because if you've prevented something, it's difficult to make a case sometimes that you've been effective.
And I think that's very, it's just reminding me again, it needs to be on every level in terms of prevention and intervention.
Absolutely.
And promotion, although it's so universal, there's so much universal stress, I almost feel like we skipped the promotion.
Yep.
Upstream prevention can often be the greatest cost savings, but the most difficult to prove.
Exactly.
Right? How do you show that return on investment when you were able to prevent an outcome that was 5-10 years down the line, but would have had costs in the millions? I think that's such a wonderful and important point here. So we're talking about a convening. We're talking about a needs assessment. And so we're talking about some very future-oriented activities, right? Drawing on our current landscape. So I want to shift, whether we're talking about, whether you want to share specifically more about what we've been discussing with the concrete next steps, or just more from your kind of personal, professional perspectives on the future. Just stepping back and taking a look at this space, I'd like to hear from each of you, where do we need to go? And so maybe you'll be recapping a little bit, but or just sharing something that you haven't had a chance to give voice to yet this morning, but where do we need to go now? You know, we've been through this experience over the past 16 plus months. Where do we need to go now? What is that future? Where do we need to go to get to the future that we want to have? And I'd also love to hear from you what you want that future to look like. Where do we need to go to get to a future that you describe, that you paint?
I'm looking at Trish first.
Thanks, Becky. Okay, well, I will say this about that. I have been in this space now for, it'll be 10 years in November since I lost my son Charlie to an OxyContin overdose. And at that time, as you can imagine, it was a very dark time. And we had struggled with both of our boys with substance misuse and mental health and learning differences, challenges over the years. We didn't talk about them with anybody, certainly not our family. I mean, our immediate family, our children, but not my siblings, parents, my husband's side. We didn't talk to our friends. We really were isolated together, like we all are now with COVID. And that was really, it was so difficult. And after Charlie died, the outpouring of support from friends and family was surprising and a little overwhelming at times. And yet, while I didn't start the movement 10 years ago, there wasn't a lot of talk about mental health or substance abuse challenges. It has grown tremendously. Prior to COVID, we were making tremendous strides. COVID has shot it like a cannon forward. So I feel very hopeful that the conversation has turned. You see it on the news, local news stations have had mental health programming prior to the pandemic. They were starting this. So it is being talked about now. It is not as shameful or stigmatized as it has been in the past, and I think that's going to continue. And the talk is going to turn into action, because there's been a lot of talk. Now it's time to take that talk and turn it into action, and that means getting the educational programs into the schools.
Thank you, Trish.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think that I like my idea about a convening. The wheels are spinning right now in my head. I know that at MSEC, where I work, we have added to our Science Advisory Board a couple of experts in program evaluation to get after the, really the specifics of measuring the impact that you're having and adjusting your programs to make sure that they are as efficacious as you think they are. So that's one thing that we're doing at our organization. We're also working with different schools, different other nonprofits to provide education to nurses in the schools and educators in the schools about some of the, like I said earlier, the nuances of stress in military-connected kids. So I'm optimistic that, like Trish said, COVID is shooting like a cannon, shooting forward some of the awareness and initiatives that we all have. I'm optimistic and hopeful that so much of what we do, and you can probably look back in your own careers, is driven by personalities. So the more that we can come together, get to know each other, trust each other, that we're all working in the same direction, then I think will make a difference.
Coming together.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Becky.
Yeah, as you were talking, I was thinking about collaboration and coming together again. I think I'll go back a little bit to kind of the roots and wings. I think that, we need to be innovative, as innovative as COVID has been, and at the same time, as we're recovering, that we are doing it across sectors, and there is safeguards for sustainability, so that we are really making change systemically.
I want to pull the thread on innovation and education here in just a moment, but I do, for those who have joined us online, I do want to share who makes up this platoon, in case you have just joined us. Ms. Trish Kawaki is the Executive Director and founder of Glow Media Project. If you weren't with us to see the powerful PSA amplifying voices of children during COVID-19, we'll have to find a way to share that with those joining online. We have Dr. Becky Porter, who is the CEO of the Military Child Education Coalition, and we have Dr. Dorindo Williams, a clinical counseling lead with the U.S. Department of Navy. I am so happy to have this, again, what I've been calling a platoon of subject matter experts here today to talk about how we come together around isolation through a community of care. And Trish, Becky, Dorinda, all three of you really touched upon, when reflecting on where we need to go in the future, and where you hope we go, all three touched upon education, but innovatively delivering education and making that education itself innovative. So from your perspectives, where are the gaps? We talked about how we only know what we know, and to have this community of care, we need to all look up, take the blinders off, look around at the resourcing that's available. From where you sit today, where are our greatest educational gaps? And then any thoughts around innovative opportunities to fill those gaps?
Well, I would start with the largest gap for education is funding. So especially in certain public school systems, there isn't a budget for mental health education or the arts. So those are my two favorite things, most necessary for children to thrive. And those are, of course, the first to be slashed. So we need funding for these projects. The resources are there, as you noted. We need to collaborate, public, private, get it together, and then put the funding in place so that we can make the programs happen.
Yeah, I agree with that, and she's right. Those are the first places to get slashed from a budget perspective. But the other thing that we need to remember is that even if we're filling where we see the gaps, and from my vantage point, it has to do with educating educators as well as educating parents on how they can serve military-connected kids better. But to remember that it's not a one-and-done kind of thing. If you think about the fact that in the military community, the part of the military who has school-aged kids grows up and goes away. They either retire or their kids grow up. And so even though you have been able to educate people in the military or even educators about something, they change jobs, they move on, and so it's an iterative process. You need to continue to beat the drum, if you will. As far as the innovation goes, I think looking to the evidence, looking to research about what is cutting edge and what really do we know is most current in the information, but then how to deliver it. And I think that's where your company really is innovative in that regard. I also think that another thing that COVID has shown us is that it is possible to deliver information virtually and do it effectively. And that's something that we're looking at as well at MSEC, is delivering information virtually, because you can't be at every installation. A nonprofit, we can't be at every installation, but we can reach those National Guard kids, we can reach those reserve kids and veterans kids through a virtual environment.
Thank you, Becky.
Yeah, I came from my previous work providing 2 evidence-based models to families virtually, and it wasn't perfect, but it was a very important touch point and helpful in many different ways. What was your question again?
Where are the gaps? Where are the gaps in education? Where are the gaps in education and innovation? Any thoughts around how we can take advantage of innovation as we seek to fill those gaps?
Right, and that was innovation, right, in terms of the virtual. I don't think we're ever going to go back, and I think it's really good to have options for families. Some families can get in to be seen in person and it resonates for them, and there are those who just don't have the card to go somewhere, or they can't get childcare, and so to have that as an option and sustain that, I think that'll be really helpful.
I couldn't agree more. And think about it, March 2020, and the schools were all, what are we going to do? How are we going to do that? How are we going to do this online thing? Wait, do we really have to do that? Well, not only did they do it, but they are continuing to do it, because, as you mentioned, it's going to be sort of a hybrid thing moving forward because of the way the world is today. And darn, for kids who live in this area, they're not going to get as many snow days as they used to.
That's right.
It's just yikes. But that's such a plus to have the virtual availability.
Yeah, and every child and family has their own circumstances, and so to be able to, provide the option that's best for them.
Yep.
It's very much, through Military OneSource, very much our experience as well in the virtual realm. This year we held our 4th annual Virtual Military Spouse Symposium, and we have phenomenal presenters coming in holistically around the issues and challenges and topics of military life. Many focused on employment, on the challenge that military spouses face in the employment space. As phenomenal as those presenters are, my favorite part of the symposium every year is always the chat pod, because I see military spouses from more than 15 different countries around the world, all different time zones, engaging and making connections in the chat pod. Oh, I'm heading to Ramstein. I just came from Ramstein. I'm heading to Polk. We're next door neighbors.
Yep.
Just those virtual connections and the power of that is so powerful. Let me ask you, are military families busy? Yes. So all families are busy. Military does add a few additional challenges in the space, and so much goodness can come out of that virtual, right? So much goodness in that convenience. But here's my question for the platoon this morning. How do we reconcile isolation and virtual? Do we need to reconcile isolation and virtual?
My first thought is to take the best of what you have. I mean, take the lessons learned from virtual, take the opportunities that virtual presents, and then as we come out of an isolated or pandemic isolation, I love the idea of getting together with people. I love the idea of sitting with 3 women some of whom I haven't met before, and getting to know them in a way that maybe can help all of us in our space. So I think there is a place for that face-to-face. It really is kind of it generates ideas more than I think a virtual environment does. But I think using what we've learned from virtual delivery to expand our reach, I think is really. I think you can do both, and I guess that's where the hybrid comes from.
Yeah, and I hope that there's been a lot of research going on about virtual means, and we can take from that. And obviously, there's a lot of clinical judgment as well, and sometimes, starting with virtual, there is the option to come in. Maybe that can be kind of a stair step for coming in person as well. So
that's a good point.
I agree that it's going to be the hybrid that is going to stay. The best of both in-person and virtual learning is the only way we will move forward as a society. We were working on a documentary over the past 18 months about the effects of COVID on teen mental health, and we interviewed 27 teens from across the country. And you'd be amazed at the different stories from these kids. You regularly hear about how horrible it's been. We didn't have prom, we didn't have graduation, no sports, and we had a lot of that in the students we interviewed. We also had students who said, I was stressed to the max. I was doing so much. I was happy when the pandemic hit. I got to hit pause, and I could sleep for the first time in a year or so. And then other kids who were maybe being bullied at school, or just school wasn't their thing. They did better at home. This isn't across the board. It was all over the map. But that is a strange way of saying that the hybrid model is something that will need to be adopted by everybody.
it's kind of individualized.
Exactly.
Needs of the individual or family.
Trish, Becky, Dorinda, we have a little less than 10 minutes remaining on this panel this morning. There are two places I want to go in our remaining time. And one is to pull a little bit further on this conversation around education and gaps. And I want to hear from you, from your perspectives, is there a particular topic that needs more development? We've mentioned stigma, stress, isolation. Is there something else? Is there something that, no, it's out there, it's just we haven't convened it? Or it's truly, we suspect it's missing. Or is there a voice missing? Is there, Trish, we heard from those children, those adolescents in the PSA. So is there a topic or a voice missing?
Yes. And this might be more within the civilian realm sector. But going back to those early care and education providers, compensation or lack thereof. It's, you know, having educators who are have having a hard time just to get their own resources, housing, challenges, things like that. Again, how they're doing has very strong implications to how they are with the children in their care.
It's a very important point, Dorinda. Thank you.
I think to normalize the conversation, normalize talking about it, about mental health issues, about struggles. I mean, it doesn't have to be a diagnosis, but just normalizing reaching out for assistance or help. And that's particularly challenging in a military community that comes from a long legacy of stoicism. Mm-hmm. And so I think those are things to think about as well as normal giving kids, giving educators, giving providers the voice and the words to talk about and ask for help.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better. I'm not sure how to add to that, but yes, absolutely. Having the conversation and normalizing the conversation around mental health challenges is going to be the only way that stigma is removed from it.
And conversations like these, I mean, every conversation, I think, takes a bite out of stigma a little bit more.
That is so true, Dorinda. Normalizing reaching out for help. I have to share with you that my favorite new initiative right now in the Department of Defense that really just came live for anyone to be able to access last week is actually called REACH, and it stands for Resources Exist, Asking Can Help.
Oh, nice. I love that.
And, and as if you know a military member, you know that their thoughts around help seeking and the myths that they bring to the table are probably pretty conservative, meaning that they think that if they ask for help, the outcomes are probably are worse than they actually are. So what REACH does is it convenes small groups facilitated by near peers in uniform. So maybe I'm an E5 sergeant and I'm talking to a small group of my peers here, and we're dishing out facts. This is the percentage of mental health diagnoses that actually impact a security clearance, 1%.
Yeah, right.
Wow. The actual black and white facts. And then it culminates in a live call to Military One Source to hear what it sounds like. Well, I could never pick up the phone and call a number. I could never do that. Well, let's do it as a group first. Let's have some fun with it. Let's normalize the experience. So I think that is such an incredibly important point, that normalizing piece of it.
And I think the way that you were describing it, it's also peer to peer. I think that's a voice that's missing, actually. Peer. We had peer navigators in DC through a particular grant, and it was just extraordinary.
We see time and time again when we look across the field that the most trusted voice of a military member or a family member is another military member or another family member. Not necessarily what I may bring to bear through our programming, not what some expert might tell them. It's my neighbor, it's my friend, and how do we foster that within the community of care?
They have shared experiences very often, and there's trust that gets pulled out.
Normalizing that shared experience of isolation, right? Yeah, right. Some wonderful themes and ideas here this morning. The last question that I want to pose to each of you is, when you leave here today, you might be getting on an elevator, all right? Let's say you are. Let's say when you leave here today, you're going to be getting on an elevator. And in that elevator is a family, and they are stressed out. Maybe they're in the military, maybe they're not. You can decide, but they're stressed. They look stressed. Mom or dad looks tired. Kids are, they're tantruming, depending on the age, okay? You can clearly feel it. You can feel the stress emanating off of this family. What's your elevator pitch to them?
I hate to always be the first one, but I think I would say, seems like you've got a lot going on. There are so many resources available to you. Let me help you find the right one, and I give them my card. Because there's no way to go through all of them in an elevator unless you're going up to the top of the Empire State Building. But I think I would offer them my card, tell them that they're not alone, and there are lots of resources out there.
Thanks, Becky.
I'm not sure I would offer my card because I wouldn't. I'm not sure that, I'm the person who can help, but I think I would, give the parents a sympathetic look and be like, oh, I feel you, I've been there. This stinks, but we're all in it together. And this too shall pass, as my pediatrician used to say, with every tantrum.
Combating isolation with community and connection. Yep.
Yeah, and I'd, say, gosh, this is a hard time. And, I love the way because I'm sure that parent has done something positive that maybe I can catch and, just share, these services can be particularly helpful, when these circumstances that we're all dealing with.
So this is what I heard: strength-based connection delivered with a warm handoff.
Oh, look at you! Yeah.
Because I think it's it's not just the brochure; it's you helping and making that connection.
And empathy and compassion. Yes. Lead with empathy and compassion.
Yes. I'm heartened, okay? I'm heartened by our discussion here this morning. I just can't tell you how much I enjoyed hearing the insights that you brought to bear to actually make this look like final thoughts or reflections from each of you here today.
Well, I'm honored to be here again, and I think
I also would like to thank Mary Lou for making this possible. This is there are people here that I didn't know could be allied.
Yeah, I just feel privileged to be able to have spent this time with you all, and I feel like I have new friends as well. Yeah, and I just feel hopeful, and I feel energized.
Thank you, Dorinda, Becky, Trish, for taking part in this beautiful convening here this morning. Thank you to the John P. Mayhew Foundation for making this happen. And I know it's going to be a tremendous rest of the day. And so we'll be looking forward to more conversations as the day moves forward. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee.
Thank you.
back to Hero's Journey Symposium. I'm Ron Williams, and I'll be introducing the second panel of today. The panel topic is new technologies and integrative models of care in managing mental health and well-being. Sybil Russell, Dr. Sybil Russell of the MITRE Corporation, she's the Chief Scientist and Health Innovation Area Lead in the Health Innovation Lab at the MITRE Corporation, will be facilitating the session. Also part of the panel will be Joseph Burdo, Dr. Joseph Burdo, neuroscientist at Rally Point Networks Incorporated. And also Dr. Joshua Morgenstein, who is a captain in U.S. Public Health Services, Assistant Director, Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress, Vice Chairman, Department of Psychiatry, Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Military Science and Emergency Medicine, and Uniformed Service University of the Health Sciences.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
So welcome, and I'm very grateful to be here today to help moderate this panel. And just for everyone's information, the panel will be about an hour long, and we're going to start with, if you could share both, we'll have both of our distinguished guests share some information about their work for about 10 minutes each, and then we'll move to discussion and questions for about 30 minutes, and then we'll wrap up at the end. When you're giving your sharing your thoughts and your experience and your research, if you could also just reinforce any other information about your bio. I think we already went through a little bit of the introductions. So
sounds good. Yeah.
Very excited to be here. And so Dr. Morgenstein, would you like to start?
Sure.
Actually, maybe Dr. Bordeaux.
Oh,
I think.
Come on, I thought he was going to have to go first. Put me on the hook first. Sure.
Sorry,
No, I'd be happy to.
I was going to go alphabetically and I forgot. So
no problem. That's fine. Thanks, Sybil. Joe Berto, PhD in neuroscience from Penn State College of Medicine. Actually, grew up in Michigan. Went to Western Michigan University for my biology degree. Off to Penn State for graduate school. Actually, where I met my wife as well. She has a PhD in cell and molecular biology. So we were married 2002. Finished up at Penn State. My grad degree there was in how it affects neurological and neurodegenerative diseases, so Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, oxidative stress. So more of a cell and molecular biology angle. I'm not a clinician, I'm not a psychologist, but I've got a pretty good generalist knowledge of the brain in general. Went to the Salk Institute for my postdoc afterwards. We moved out to San Diego for 4 years, which is fantastic.
Yes.
Especially, as a newly married couple, no children, it was great to be out there. Worked at the Salk Institute in the cellular molecular biology laboratory, nutritional neuroscience. So we were looking at natural compounds in fruits and vegetables and how they affect brain health in general, and also working on synthesizing some compounds that could kind of mimic some of those compounds in natural foods to support brain health and hopefully keep some of those neurodegenerative diseases at bay. After that, moved to central Massachusetts, actually not far from where Rally Point is based, which we'll get into in a little bit. My wife is originally from the Worcester area, Worcester, Mass. We had our first daughter in San Diego, moved back there to be around family. I taught at a state school in Massachusetts for 2 years and then Boston College for 6 years. Did some research there around neurodegenerative diseases, antioxidant stress as well. And then started up a science education company back in 2014, I believe it was, with an engineer co-founder. We were actually making electronic neurons, so it was more of an education angle, trying to help kids, adults, makers, tinkers learn about the brain and the nervous system by physically building neural circuits and understanding how the brain works on a micro level. So it's something really hard to do in general, to understand what's going on at a microscopic level and in a hands-on way. So that's kind of up and running on its own now. And then earlier this year, Dave, our CEO at Rally Point, unfortunately couldn't make it here today. I got in contact with him, and we had kind of the shared understanding of government contracting and SBIR grants, which is how my science education company was funded from the government, and National Science Foundation specifically. He had an interest in those mechanisms for funding and supporting the science that's going on in our platform. So I joined on in January as senior scientist, neuroscientist at Rally Point. And some of the work I'll share with you today, it kind of blends with our suicide prevention projects that were already up and running that Dave had going with Harvard University and Matt Nock in the psychology department, even before I had joined on. But this, we'll talk about some PTSD and TBI work that we think are really at the intersection of kind of novel opportunities that we have on our platform and kind of where we see some of the research going.
Wow, that's fantastic. Great. I'm really looking forward to hearing about your work. So did you want to go ahead and share some? Or
do you want to jump in with your intro and then I can
Dr. Morgenstein, please share your background.
Sure. Well, it's good to be here with all of you. I'm a psychiatrist and family physician by training. And went to the Uniformed Services University. I have been trained in the military and worked in the military for most of my career. In my role as the assistant director at our Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress, I oversee our disaster mental health and public health education, consultation, outreach, and elements of our research portfolio there as well. And as I'll share, our center is really
involved in and kind of straddles the line between and interfaces back and forth between military and civilian communities. We study trauma in the context of disasters, both civilian disasters that are applicable to civilians as well as military, and of course many are applicable to all of those communities. So I have been largely involved over the past year and a half with working with global, national, federal organizations around issues of sustaining healthcare workforces, assisting with issues around well-being during the pandemic, and of course the collision with many other disasters. And so it's nice to be able to talk here with Joe because it's a reminder, I think, for all of us that issues of mental health span DNA and molecules all the way to individuals and communities. And so I think we'll hear a little bit about that whole spectrum and range as we talk today.
Yes, wow. Well, I'm so excited to be here with both of you today and to learn a little bit more about your work. So just to give a little more information about myself before we start is, so I am a pediatrician. I still practice medicine at Johns Hopkins and Kennedy Krieger, but I also work at the MITRE Corporation where I work on developing innovations that are in the public, for the public good and in the mission to help the mission of our government sponsors. And so we've been also very busy with the pandemic recently, and it has certainly taxed everyone as much as they, the resilience is really hard these days. And so, and I think, I also am a cell molecular biologist and live in San Diego. So that was my undergrad before I went to medical school.
UCSD?
UCSD for my residency, yes.
Oh, beautiful area.
It was really nice. I loved it. But I do still practice medicine, and I am very familiar with what you were describing as far as the workforce and how it has been really challenging with COVID-19. And so, but in addition to that, there are regular folks who are also suffering and with the trauma related to this pandemic. And so that's why I'm excited to hear about how we can bring some of our research or technology and integrate it into improving the well-being and brain health for everyone. So I was wondering, Joe, would you mind starting to share your work?
Yeah, absolutely. And just so you know, I printed off my notes. If you see me looking down into my lap, I'm reading through this. Just because I've only been at the platform for 9 months now at Rally Point, so I want to make sure I kind of stay on point with what I'm talking about. So the title of my presentation today is going to be, can social media be used to improve the diagnosis and treatment of PTSD? And I pose it as a question because that's just one of the projects that we're working on at Rally Point. And it really is still in the experimental stage, and we're starting to understand where the partners that are out there and how we can kind of get together on this complex problem of TBI and PTSD. As I mentioned during my intro, I'm a cell and molecular biologist, I'm a neuroscientist, and early on, my interest was in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, but over the last 9 months or so, that's kind of shifted into PTI and TBI research and suicide prevention with some of the projects that Rally Point already had up and running with Harvard University. So Dave, our CEO, unfortunately couldn't be here today. He's been really supportive of me of thinking about these novel ways of integrating my background into some of this cutting edge research he's interested in doing. So I'm going to brief you on how we see ourselves kind of sitting at the intersection of these very exciting possibilities that we have for our platform. There we go. Okay. So I don't have a military background personally. It's taken me a little bit of time to get up to speed on the military jargon and the DoD hierarchy that's involved in contracting and grants and all of that, the acronyms, but it does help having a World War II transport named after myself. Or more accurately, this was a distant cousin of mine, so it was a granduncle's son, I believe it was Ronald Berto. He was killed in action at Guadalcanal, and the ship is a point of pride for our family. I'm a big believer in the mission that Dave has laid out for Rally Point in mental health support broadly, and then some of this TBI and PTSD work that we're interested in specifically. My mom was a mental health nurse, so it's kind of run through our family for years and years, and she actually died from her own struggles, and a lot of her side of the family still struggles with mental health. And I don't bring that up for sympathy, but the point is that we need, as a society, to make talking about mental health as common as talking about diabetes or heart disease or any other physical disease if we're really going to maximize our ability to help those that are struggling. It has to be something common, and we have to remove the stigma behind that disease. So Rally Point, specifically, if you're not familiar with it, it's the premier digital platform for the military community to come together and discuss military topics socially and professionally. Our members include military service members, veterans, family members, caregivers, survivors, and supporters of those in uniform. We connect members and provide tools to succeed along their entire lifetime journey, for recruit all the way through retirement and beyond. Members build peer-to-peer relationships on our platform across branches, generations, and conflicts, forged by a common bond of service. So within the community, our members can build their professional network, they can ask questions, share their photos and stories, they connect with members in a secure environment, and explore educational career opportunities. So we kind of think of ourselves as a blend of Facebook and LinkedIn and Quora, but for a very important to us and niche community, which is the veterans and service members. We have about 1.8 million members on our site, with about 7 million public posts to date and billions of pieces of data that our members have shared with us. And some of those have to do with trauma, PTSD, and other struggles of their lives. This on the screen right now is a concept map that at Rally Point we have generated that discusses some of the vulnerabilities, the protective factors, and the risk factors for those that are at risk of PTSD, TBI, and suicidal behavior. So as many of you may know, TBI and PTSD they're risk factors for suicidal behavior. So we put this together from the literature to kind of understand how all of this plays together into that risk of suicidality. It's an active area of research and investigation for Rally Point. We have an SBIR award from the DoD with Matt Knock in the Department of Psychology at Harvard to investigate suicidal tendencies on our platform and how we can best prevent that amongst the members of our platform. And to date, we've already made 26 suicidal interventions, and we're still only about halfway into the project on our platform. So it's been something really important, I think, and we're making some pretty good headway in understanding how all these risk factors kind of play together. Rather than wait until a suicide attempt becomes imminent, we're interested in moving upstream from suicidality and starting to understand how all of these factors kind of come together to get at the risk for TBI and PTSD. And many of these concepts in the map are being discussed on our site by our members. So if we can support the ongoing and everyday needs of our service members, our veterans, our family members, everybody on the site, hopefully have a positive impact on this terrible societal problem. Oops, sorry, I jumped again. There we go. So a little bit of background about PTSD. Excuse me. Evidence suggests that the prevalence of PTSD in deployed U.S. military personnel may be as high as 15%. According to the VA, somewhere between 11 and 20% of post 9/11 combat vets and maybe 12% of Gulf War vets have PTSD in any given year. However, diagnosis and treatment can be problematic due to biases and self-disclosure of symptoms if people don't want to talk about the problems that they're struggling with, which is very common. Mental health stigma within the military populations, resource limitations identifying those at risk and for providing proper treatment, and resistance to initiating and completing treatment as well. These are all problems with those PTSD diagnosis, getting it done properly. One of the ways that we see Rally Point playing a role in helping with the proper diagnosis of PTSD and getting those help that really need it is through implementation of objective biological markers of disease. So there are hundreds of peer-reviewed papers that have looked at blood biomarkers, for instance, for TBI and PTSD, biomarkers in general, but including those that circulate through the blood, so molecules that are in the blood itself. Problem is that they're not specific enough yet on their own, either individually or groups of them are not specific enough yet on their own to really use just those for diagnosis and for a treatment plan. A good example of that is inflammation. So there are a lot of different inflammatory markers, cytokines, interleukins in the bloodstream that are sensitive to PTSD and TBI. So they're elevated in those that are struggling, but they're not specific necessarily. So there's all sorts of causes for general inflammation in the body or brain inflammation. So we can't use just those inflammatory markers. We have to be able to combine that together with other markers to really understand what's going on. There are resources out there, like from the Cohen Veteran Biosciences Network. They catalog these biomarkers, and this graphic you see on the screen is one example of that. So they go through and kind of scan through the literature to have sort of a warehouse, essentially, for all those different biomarkers and how they're associated with different neurological and neurodegenerative diseases, including PTSD. One possible example of many of how we see Rally Point playing a role with the blood biomarker analysis, which we're working on right now with a biotech partner of thinking about proposals and working on proposals for this blood biomarker analysis, is also use digital phenotyping. So digital phenotyping is moment-by-moment quantification of the individual level human phenotype. When and where individuals normally interact with their world, which largely includes social media now as being a pervasive part of almost everybody's life. So the phenotyping results in identification of psychosocial markers, language and behaviors that individuals are using on social media sites that can be indicative of PTSD and TBI and all sorts of other diseases and struggles as well. So our goal, jumped forward again, sorry. Our goal is to hopefully bring together these blood biomarkers and psychosocial markers in a multimodal analysis to really get a holistic understanding of what's going on internally and the signs externally that these individuals are exhibiting of their particular struggles. We think that'll make the diagnosis and even treatment in the future much more targeted, much more specific, better for that individual. And an example of that, this is one discussion on Rally Point, indicative of TBI and PTSD. So it's within a discussion thread that had thousands, tens of thousands of views, it looks like, somebody talking about PTSD and TBI specifically. It nicely illustrates the opportunity we have to use our data for good. We can use natural language processing to identify the words and phrases that represent the everyday lives that our members lead, including their struggles with injuries and diseases like TBI and PTSD. And with those 1.8 million posts, the 1.8 million members, 7 million posts, billions of pieces of data, we might be uniquely suited to provide this analytical benefit to the military community, who unfortunately are overrepresented for TBI and PTSD and many other neurological diseases. In addition to the diagnosis using the public data on our platform, we also want to use opt-in methods through intelligent advertising for evidence-based programs to encourage our audience to self-select and help us iteratively improve outcomes. So from app-based self-help and also connections to other programs. Ultimately, we may be able to partner with PTSD experts to integrate treatment solutions directly into our platform as well, because we know that individuals who are discussing their struggles on their platform and that there are other veterans and service members reaching out to them directly to support them. All of this is happening organically on our platform. It probably makes sense to be able to put formal processes in place to help them directly on the platform as well. Obviously in an ethical and open way so that our members know exactly what we're doing and we're using their data, their public data for good in a way to maximize the help that we can provide to them. So to kind of recap what I've mentioned today, our members are talking about everything the VA has identified as the key milestones in military service and veteran life. Our existing SBIR award makes doing the work I discussed easier with the government, academic, and private partners because the award itself has satisfied the government contracting competition requirement already. Our platform has earned the trust of so many people at elevated risk of PTI and PTSD and TBI already. And they share their unfiltered challenges and questions every day on our platform. And we're currently working to understand the vast amount of sentiment and experience entrusted to us. And I'd love to hear your thoughts in general, how we can help our audience most efficiently and expeditiously in these particular areas. So this is our contact information. I'm sure it'll be available afterwards as well. We'd love to be able to hear from individuals out there virtually or in person about your thoughts.
Great.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for
sure.
sharing.
Absolutely.
Very exciting. Wow. It's very important. What your work is very important, trying to help that population, which is really at such increased risk of having TBI and PTSD.
It's such a complex problem, right? There's not going to be any one solution. So we're trying to partner with anybody out there that experts in these different fields. We see ourselves as facilitators. Enzymes, as one of my colleagues put it recently, or you can, bringing individuals together and catalyzing these relationships, because if it was an easy solution, we would have found it already, right? I mean, it really is going to take this multimodal solution, bringing the right people together to incrementally help this population that's struggling.
And help them help each other as well, right?
Yeah,
That's so
exactly.
exciting.
Yeah.
That is really exciting.
You're
Wow.
reminding me, Joe, I think our center's actually had a discussion with folks from Rally Point. We may touch
Oh,
base
excellent.
after this.
That's
So
great.
Sharing with me the process and
Good.
how this works.
Dave will be happy. Hi, Dave. I hope you're watching it right now.
That's right.
He couldn't make it today.
Great.
That's good to know.
Yes, I'd like to connect with you too.
Yeah.
Also, because
Excellent.
we partner in our research as well. So
Yeah, that's great.
wonderful.
good.
So next, I'd like to transition over to Dr. Morgenstein. Would you like to
Yeah.
share
Sure.
your background?
Yeah, and I appreciate, Joe, your comments about military and your connections to the military. I spent the first 16 years of my career as an Air Force officer in Afghanistan and the Pacific, in the Pentagon, doing staff work and community mental health and addictions work and a whole range of things, and ended up transitioning to the U.S. Public Health Service almost a decade ago to focus more on disaster mental health and public health. But good reminders about the sacrifices and the population that we serve, and the history that you allude to for your family. I appreciate hearing about that. So I am going to zoom out a little bit more at this point, I think, and ask us to kind of shift our focus a little bit more to populations, and talk to you a little bit about disasters and disaster mental health, how we protect health, public mental health in particular for our service members and the rest of society during these kinds of events. And I think as we think about issues of mental health in disasters, and for our service members, it's important to remember that the military is both a part of, but apart from, the rest of society. So the challenges of military members living and working in communities, whether it is things like working on board ships during COVID-19, that could be a cruise liner, but it could also be an aircraft carrier, or even dealing with confined spaces and the challenges that's brought, whether that is a bar or restaurant, or a tank or a tent, or a submarine. So thinking about these things and these important elements of shared concerns between the military and the civilian population can be helpful in sort of framing our thoughts about protecting health in crisis events. Let's see. Great. My disclaimer slide. I mentioned briefly our center is part of the Department of Psychiatry at the Uniformed Services University, which is our nation's federal medical school and training facility for uniformed health professionals. And our center studies trauma in the context of disaster events, human-generated as well as climate-related disasters. And we focus on areas of interest, particularly to the military, like suicide and TBI and post-traumatic stress disorder. And we use the lessons that we learn to share those with the civilian population and our civilian communities. And likewise, we actually also study civilian disasters like hurricanes and plane crashes and other things. And we take those lessons and we share them with the military. So one part of our role has been a translation between these two communities to better inform both and equip them to prepare, respond, and recover from disaster events. A lot of what we know about trauma comes from our study of disasters, whether that's climate-related disasters, such as hurricanes or wildfires, or human-generated disasters, mass shootings or terrorist events or plane crashes. And of course, a lot of disasters become complex. So in Hurricane Katrina, it was really damaged levees that flooded the city that caused the vast majority of damage. And in Fukushima, Japan, an earthquake led to a tsunami, which damaged nuclear reactors, which ultimately caused the vast majority of psychological injuries for the affected population. So, I mean, in this way, these kinds of events remind us that disasters are not simply single events. And historically, the psychological and behavioral effects of disasters are the most long-lasting and the most far-reaching. Long after injuries are healed, the psychological toll of a disaster event, whether that's a hurricane or a pandemic or war, are continuing. And that's important for us to think about from a resourcing perspective and a planning perspective. And as an example, long after physical injuries were commonplace in the Middle East, we lost 7,000 lives in the Middle East. 7,000 service members died in combat operations. But over 30,000 they lost their lives to suicide, down the road. So being aware of the significant impact, the weighty impact of psychological injuries is important for us to sort of plan in advance. And when we think about disasters and mental health, we often think about things like psychological disorders. Joe mentioned post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm glad that he talked a bit about that. Psychological disorders are important, and we have good treatments for psychological disorders. And I'm actually not going to talk much about those today. There are other responses or reactions that people have of concern that often occur earlier and more frequently that cause significant public mental health burden. Whether it's service members experiencing combat operations or a community affected by Hurricane Ida a few weeks ago, still dealing with those things, or healthcare workers dealing with a pandemic and responding to that. Things like trouble sleeping and irritability and feeling unsafe confer significant health risks to them. And we think about something like a health risk behavior, such as increasing use of alcohol or tobacco. The increased use of alcohol, whether or not someone has alcohol use disorder, the increased use of alcohol in a population is associated with increased rates of work errors and presenteeism in the workplace, accidents, violence, and a whole host of negative health effects. So being alert to those things presents opportunities for us to intervene early, which are important tenets and practices of public mental health, focusing on wellness and prevention in addition to treatment of disorders. And I think it's also really important to remind people, particularly right now during the pandemic, that the vast majority of people will ultimately be okay. And in fact, for some people, they will experience a sense of growth and an increased perception in their ability to manage future stressors. And those are really important messages for people because they help instill a sense of hope and make meaning and assist with people moving forward. This stress continuum is adapted from the military's combat and operational stress control approaches, which is really a public mental health model. And I share this to remind us of two things. One is that mental health is not binary. In other words, people aren't either sick or well. And in fact, most people exist somewhere between those two extremes. So if the systems and the services that we have are predicated upon the idea that people are either fully well or need clinical care because they're fully sick, we miss an opportunity to provide things, interventions, supports that are going to assist with what most people need most of the time. It also can remind us that the supports and resources that are helpful for people at different places on the stress continuum vary. Clinical care is good for someone who has a psychological disorder. But the actions that help promote wellness and return people to wellness for the vast majority of people largely involve actions by individuals and their organizations and communities in which they live and work, and the leaders of those communities and organizations. It's also helpful as we think about disasters and crisis events, whether it's a small crisis in a work setting or a massive crisis like a pandemic or a hurricane, that disasters unfold over time. So understanding and anticipating that there is a natural coming together that communities experience where they rally together around a shared adversity and a hope and a belief that things will be made whole again. but that this inevitably gives way as resources diminish and stressors mount to more difficult emotions. Being able to plan for and anticipate these natural evolutions in how communities evolve allows us also to more effectively target interventions and allocate resources to best serve the needs of communities and protect their health. We can sort of think of stressors like a toxin, like lead or radon. And in order to understand the impact on people, we need to understand things like who and when and how much and what changes over time, as well as the things that buffer against these things. When we look at disasters, we often think about attributes of in the pre-event time period that people carry in with them to an event. Just like service members carry in stressors to an activation or a deployment, we all carry things in to a crisis. And then disasters exert their own sort of impact on people, the characteristics of the disaster. And during the post-disaster time period, aspects of recovery and what unfolds over time can change the trajectory of people's well-being. For instance, socioeconomic factors, socioeconomic status is the most consistent global predictor of risk in disaster events around the world, bar none. We also know that the presence or absence of social support plays an enormous role in either buffering or exacerbating people's experience of a disaster event or trauma in general. So understanding and anticipating where risk is concentrated and how it changes over time also allows us to more effectively protect health. And it's also good, as we are looking for risk, to think about the good things or the positive things that emerge from difficult situations. We might think about the issue of being homebound during COVID-19, where for some people that brought risks of increased substance use and family conflict. But for other people, it was an opportunity to get to know their neighbors better or to practice self-care. Or the challenge of managing a child at home on virtual school actually created a window of understanding that parents never would have had into how their child thinks and feels and works. And reminding people, helping people strategically and at the right time to think about and appreciate what benefits may come and what areas of growth may have been present is one of the ways that we help people find meaning in events. And finding meaning is essential to helping people move forward in a positive way that protects their health. So as we think about interventions to protect the health of our service members and others, there really have emerged 5 essential elements during crisis events that are protective. And those include enhancing a sense of safety, calming, hope, self and community efficacy, as well as social connectedness. And I've shared some of the actions that we have used during COVID-19 to help support well-being and sustainment in organizations that have an evidence base for them, that promote and enhance these essential elements. So keeping in mind that these elements are the most protective is useful when we think about new and different types of ways to approach interventions and support. I just want to briefly highlight 3 areas of research that our center has been involved in different types of disasters over time to illustrate some of what we've learned about the impact of these essential elements. We did survey work in Washington, D.C. and surrounding areas of people who were impacted by the D.C. sniper shootings in 2002. About 1,200 individuals that we did a random survey of. It was a cross-sectional survey. And what we found was that people who felt less safe when we controlled for other variables had more insomnia, they used more alcohol, and they had higher rates of symptoms of depression and acute and post-traumatic stress symptoms, as well as general psychological distress. So it's a reminder that feeling safe confers significant health benefits. We also did work with the Florida Department of Health after the massive 2004 and then subsequent 2005 hurricane seasons. We looked at a construct called community efficacy, which is very related to collective efficacy. Community efficacy essentially is the idea that we believe our neighbors are willing to do things to help for the common good within our neighborhood. It's a measure of community strength. And we surveyed a little over 2,000 Department of Health workers. And what we found was that people who believed they lived in stronger communities had lower rates of depression and post-traumatic stress, and several other outcomes as well. But I show this graphic because not only did strong communities lower rates of risk for some of these adverse mental health effects, but it actually attenuated the impact of physical injury on the likelihood of developing post-traumatic stress. So if you notice on the left end of the graph, right, people who had reported that they did not live in strong communities, those who experienced low injury had one rate of developing post-traumatic stress symptoms, but the rate was almost double for people who experienced injury, and that is known. We know that about post-traumatic stress as a risk factor, injury. But when you look at the right end of the graph, we see that people who lived in the strongest communities, it almost completely dissipated the impact of injury on the likelihood of developing post-traumatic stress. So strong communities are protective in crisis events. And much more recently, fast forward to 2020, we were asked by the National Guard to work with their service members in New York, and we sampled about 4,000 Guard members following their COVID-19 activation missions. And we found that Guard members who reported working in stronger units that were more cohesive, and having leaders that were more supportive, reported better health and mental health. And there's certainly caveats to this cross-sectional study. But this information supports things that we have come to know experientially and that other research in the area of leadership supports as well. And interestingly, some of the leadership support actions that were most impactful had to do with things like praising good work and reminding people of their purpose. So if a leader simply wants to help and support their folks, remind people when they're doing well, and tell them how valued they are. We actually were asked very quickly by the commanding general, who said, we really appreciate this work, what can we do with it? We said, well, why don't we turn it into a pocket card for your leaders? So we rapidly converted this to an actionable knowledge product that military service members who on their fatigues have a Velcro pocket here that fit their card nicely, that was distributed to leaders throughout the National Guard more broadly. And you'll notice that there's information there to help them think about protecting health before, during, and after operations. So no matter where they are in the life cycle of a mission or a crisis event, there is guidance to help protect the health of their unit members.
That's great.
And I'll just kind of wrap up by sharing briefly 3 interventions that we believe really work to foster the elements of psychological first aid, these 5 essential elements, based on a variety of literature and the principles that they apply. There are many others, but I just wanted to highlight 3 briefly as we conclude here. One has to do with the exposure to disaster-related media. And when we look at some of the earliest work looked at media exposure following 9/11. And all the way from 9/11, in between and now even into COVID-19, increasing exposure to disaster-related media is associated with a wide variety of adverse mental health outcomes that have to do with increasing symptoms of psychological disorders and trouble sleeping and increased use of substances. There are probably a number of reasons for this, but one of the things we can do to protect health in our communities, protect the health of the people that we lead and the people in our organizations, is to encourage people to use media wisely. Use it to find out necessary information to make health decisions for ourselves and our family, and then to take a media break. Buddy systems aren't new as a means of supporting people through stress and crisis situations. The military pioneered the concept of a battle buddy, and a number of healthcare facilities and other organizations developed battle buddy or battle buddy-like concepts as a means of helping to support the health of their workers during COVID-19. And one of the things that a buddy can do is to remind us that there are people looking out for us, and to remind us that there are people we can help. And both of those things are very protective during crisis events. And I really want to remind us about an important leadership behavior, grief leadership. Grief is perhaps one of the most universal phenomena in disaster events, and it is one that is often overlooked. People are grieving now, and they often do after disasters, whether that's grief due to the loss of possessions, the loss of their home, the loss of connections with people, the loss of people's lives, a loss of a sense of certainty in the future or feelings of being safe just when they go outside their home. The term grief leadership was coined by Dr. Colonel Larry Ingram of the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research following the 1985 Gander, Newfoundland plane crash, which killed all 258, I believe, service members and the crew on board. This remains, the Gander crash remains the deadliest peacetime military air disaster in history. And what we observed is that communities in which grief leadership was utilized recovered more quickly and had a greater sense of well-being. So the resilience was fostered through this critical leadership action. And grief leadership involves communicating early and often with people about issues of grief by openly and acknowledging the fact that people are grieving. And that may even mean showing grief ourselves. Displays of emotions from leaders have been found to be very powerful and impactful because they allow other people to grieve themselves, and they create a culture in which it is normal to allow the natural process of grief. Other steps involve helping people to make meaning, often through community-conceived and inspired actions and interventions, through symbols and ritual behaviors, so that people in the community can be involved. That's a way of helping build their sense of efficacy. And ultimately, grief leadership involves helping people make meaning of an event and to find a way to move forward with hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to be able to be here today to talk with you. Thank you for sharing your very important work, and how timely is it with this pandemic right now that we're all going through. And actually having both of you here together is really great because Dr. Morgenstein, you're sharing all of your work, and one of the most important, at least what I took from what you were saying, is one of the most important parts is having a community that comes together as an intervention almost, also to help mitigate some of the effects of the stress and the effects for PTSD or for depression or other mental health issues related to the pandemic. And it was a challenge, obviously, we all know, because of isolation that happens. Right. And so technology was really one of our only avenues to bring the community together. Yeah. And so with the Rally Point and bringing service members together, having a venue for them to be able to connect has been really, I imagine, very helpful. Right. So I can see the sort of Venn diagram of both of your work.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen traffic increase on the site because of COVID-19. We've had the VA participation has increased over the last year and after in the pandemic as well, with a lot of Q&As. So many people are looking for information about masks and vaccines and how to stay safe, in addition to normal VA benefits and the services that they provide. I mean, that, as Joshua had said, the sense of community and belonging is not just in a physical place, it can be in a virtual place as well, and it had to be during the pandemic. I have 2 daughters at home, and I saw that as well through online schooling, right? And the way that they're able to stay in touch with their friends that they may not have been able to even 10 or 20 years ago now because of digital devices there can be a lot of downsides, obviously, to social media and digital devices in general if they're not used appropriately. But there's also some huge benefits there of just allowing, my 9-year-old daughter to stay in touch with her friends and that critical age of development for kids that young. If this would have happened 20, 40 years ago when that wasn't available and they miss out on a year or two of their lives, that's a huge part of the critical period of brain development that is gone from their experience. So I think that social belonging, absolutely, like you spoke to, is critical, and there are different ways to provide it. And it's one of the ways we see Rally Point kind of dovetailing in with that societal need.
Yes.
And Joe, your comment, I think, about the role of Rally Point, the questions that people pose around PPE and food and shelter and other things, I think is a helpful reminder, because many times when we think about a crisis event and mental health, we think about therapy and emotions and medications and those sorts of things. But really, in a crisis event, what people need most is those practical, instrumental types of supports.
Yep,
so,
exactly.
Food and clothing and childcare and shelter. We saw that in healthcare settings and other workplaces. It's hard to talk about feeling sad when your stomach is growling or you don't know if you can pay the rent.
Exactly.
So I think having a platform like that allows people to sort of crowdsource and share in such a way in a trusted environment.
Yep. Yeah, that's a big part of it.
It's a really nice resource for people to have. Yeah.
Can you go back to your slide 8 for a second, actually? So it's interesting you had talked about Ida and some of the current challenges. So I live in the Philly suburbs, and one of the tornadoes that was spawned from Ida came right through our neighborhood. Fortunately, our home wasn't damaged, but there were a lot in Upper Dublin, the township where I live, and Fort Washington specifically, that were damaged. Some of the neighborhoods, 10% of the homes have the big red X on them. They're complete knockdown, teardowns. And I was looking at this slide that you had projected and thinking about the different phases of dealing with those disasters, whether it's COVID-19 or the hurricane or the tornadoes, and seeing this play out in real time, right? And for us, it's mainly on Facebook, because we have these community sites for Upper Dublin and Fort Washington, and you really see the community pulling together, because 90% of us were unaffected by it, and we're still able to help out the 10% that were affected. And that, it makes the individuals that can help feel really good. And that's why people are out there sharing, like, if you need a place to stay, you need food, you need transportation, please let us know what we can do to help you. We have chainsaws, we have trailers, we're willing to jump in and help right away. So there's kind of that shared community bond that comes around those natural disasters, and that peak that corresponds to that. And I'm thinking in my mind as you were speaking, we're a couple weeks out now, and you have the bulk of the posts that go out on the Facebook neighborhood sites of helping, and that's started to subside a little bit, right? Because people are starting to slowly get back into their normal lives. People have started to find homes. The schools are starting to open back up again. So I can see that trough starting to form a little bit. And how do you prevent some of that? I imagine this pattern is pretty consistent throughout different tragedies, right? It's not just to this hurricane. So how do you prevent the disillusionment and other negative effects that, I guess, naturally happen because of these disasters?
Sure, yeah. I mean, one of the things, I'll go back to your initial comment here about your community coming together and helping people. And I think about the issues of mental health, and that a lot of conversations involve things like, well, someone has a mental health problem, let's send them to see a mental health professional. I am a mental health professional. So I certainly believe in mental health care for people who need mental health care. But I think you're reminding me that one of the most things that we can do to protect people is you be the care. So we often look for someone else to send someone to. Somebody at work's having trouble, who do we send them to? Well, what about going into that person's office and asking, how are you? Yeah. You look like you're down. Am I reading that right? How can I help? Can I lend a listening ear? You may not even know what to say. You can also just say to somebody, I'm not really sure what to say, but I'm just glad you shared.
Right.
And being with somebody and allowing them to share their troubles is actually an intervention. It's a calming thing to allow your concerns to be heard.
Sure.
So all these things that your community is doing, you are being the mental health care for your community, creating a community approach to mental health care where communities support one another. And I think the issue of disillusionment, this graphic was developed really conceptually around acute extreme disaster events. So one would expect that it's likely to apply to something like Hurricane Ida. Pandemics can sort of throw a little bit of a wrench into this because that natural coming together can be disrupted. Right? Because we have these physical distancing requirements and concerns where our neighbor, who we normally look to as a source of support, and someone who protects and helps and maybe even just to socialize with, we have to gauge whether or not they're a threat in that environment.
That's interesting.
So our risk calculus
the whole relationship's
can
been flipped
also-
around.
And it can to some degree. So we have to be aware that these complex disasters, or when disasters collide with one another, they can create a disruption to some of these events. But one of the things that certainly happens, we see, is as resources pull out, and as people have disregarded their underlying health and mental health issues, and as financial troubles have increased, and so on and so forth, those stressors mounting are a big part of what leads to disillusionment. You might even see your neighbors down the road who are back to normal. And you're still stuck in displaced housing, or you see what you perceive as inequitable distribution of resources to help people. Those things all contribute to feelings of disillusionment. So to the degree that we can keep people housed and together with families, to the degree that we can aid people in remaining employed and fed, those can go a long way toward buffering against some of the diminished well-being that people can experience as time rolls on.
Right. That's what worries me about the tornadoes specifically, right? Because it's such a narrow event. You could have one house here that's completely wiped out. The house here is completely untouched. So that disillusionment and feeling like, well, why did this happen to me and you next door are completely untouched, right? And that it's an interesting way to frame it, to understand how that affects some people but not others, and how they can be supported.
But then also, I think that when you were sharing your remarks earlier and you were talking about what leaders could do, keeping in mind that this disillusionment period may come or is currently happening, I found some of your comments and the evidence that you provided very helpful, and hopefully we can try to integrate some of that and get it out to the public, to organizations, employers, so they can start using some of those best practices like the buddy system or leadership, the grief leadership. Because do you think that that would help prevent some of the disillusionment, or at least mitigate it from the pandemic if we can? And I wonder how we can do that. I mean, I know technology platforms are a great way to get that evidence, and you mentioned that you're going to have that in your platform, some evidence pockets.
That's the goal, is to eventually, if there are more specific concrete treatment plans, but as Joshua had mentioned, even the informal support that goes on right now on the platform is huge, just for maintaining mental health, right? Preventing it from going too far downstream where it becomes problematic. So that's really where I see, as a relatively new employee of the platform, the benefit of it, of that shared support with individuals that are, the trusted environment. Basically, they've gone through similar experiences together. So I agree, that's something very beneficial.
How do you think we can get that out to employers?
Well, to your question earlier, I think one of the common themes that I have heard in working with countless organizations during the pandemic is that an absence of leaders and an absence of communication from leaders is one of the things people cite as being the most difficult and most distressing for them. So we know that what leaders do and say during crisis events has a critical role on the well-being of their communities, willingness to engage in health behaviors that are necessary to recover, and ultimately the overall trajectory of recovery from a crisis event. So looking at crisis leadership and those types of behaviors and institutionalizing some of those things, helping leaders to understand those things more effectively is an important goal in terms of protecting the health of communities.
Right.
And by protecting the health of communities, you've demonstrated that it will protect the health of individuals, right? And that it will help all of us, everyone, hopefully continue to improve. I think, wow, I know that we're almost out of time. And I think we don't really, I had prepared some questions, but they're really not necessary.
No, it's nice just to kind of riff back and forth and talk about.
So
how do you what are your takeaways about how to produce post-traumatic growth instead of post-traumatic stress? I mean, we've talked a lot about these individual pieces, but how do you predict that? How do you produce that in an individual and a population to keep them going on the right path?
Yeah. Well, that depends on sort of the context. The Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, interestingly, is doing a lot of work looking at domains of leadership. Sleep leadership, for instance. How does leadership that creates a culture that values sleep improve the functioning of the well-being of the mental health of the operational sustainment of a unit? So they're really doing some outstanding work looking at domains of leadership, and an area that of interest to them, like our Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress, has to do with issues of how do we promote growth in individuals.
Right.
But it certainly starts early. Some of these leadership behaviors, for certain, are elements of helping people to grow, to be able to see and acknowledge all sides to things, not just the troubles, but what have people gained or grown from. And you have to be tactful and time that properly, because when people are really hurting, may not be the best time to say, well, what good has happened here? So that's a leadership skill, knowing when to transition to those things. But for sure, leaders play an important role in the promotion of post-traumatic growth for organizations and communities. Yeah.
Well, speaking of transition, I think it's actually time for us to transition, but thank you so much. I really enjoyed our time together, and thank you for sharing your work, and I look forward to hopefully people adopting it, both the platform and your information. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Great, good to be with you.
Thank you.
Good. Good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I apologize that we had to make some last-minute schedule adjustments, but everyone knows that sometimes our members of Congress have these wonderfully beautiful, unpredictable schedules. Every year, the John P. Mayhew Foundation wants to recognize a member of Congress who does exceptional work in the area of military and veterans health. This year, I am honored to announce our 2021 Hero Defender Award, Congressman Greg Murphy, from a representative for North Carolina's 3rd Congressional District and a wonderful Outer Banks resident, one of my second homes. Dr. Murphy graduated magna cum laude from Davidson College in 1985. He then attended UNC School of Medicine, graduating with honors. After completing his surgical residency in urology and renal transplantation at the University of Kentucky in Lexington, he and his wife Wendy settled in Greenville, North Carolina to begin his practice. He has been active in his community, working with his church and other groups, doing outreach and helping those in need. Dr. Murphy was recruited to serve in the North Carolina House of Representatives and did so from 2015 to 2019. During his second term in the General Assembly, he was asked to serve as Senior Chair of Health Policy and Chair of Health and Human Services Appropriation. He was successful in getting a variety of important legislative items passed. His greatest focus was on helping reduce the tragic impacts of the opiate epidemic, which is one of the things that John P. Mayhew in particular the foundation is passionate about. Dr. Murphy built strong bipartisan support and was the primary sponsor of both STOP Act and the HOPE Act, North Carolina's 2 main legislative initiatives to combat the opiate crisis. He now serves North Carolina's 3rd Congressional District on the House Veterans Affairs Committee, as well as the House Committee on Education and Labor, where he is a ranking member. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Murphy, our 2021 Hero Defender Award. We're going to have you in the middle of the 2 of us for that official photo. We have to go that way. Slide a little bit to the left. Thank you very much. Take that up. There we go.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you especially Colonel Mayhew. I appreciate the very kind introduction. I'm very much honored to receive this very prestigious award from the John Mayhew Foundation, the Hero Defender Award. I'm very grateful for Colonel Mayhew's untiring efforts on behalf of our military and our veterans and the community in which they live to find ways to treat post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury, TBI and PTSD. Studies have shown that post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injury could play a major factor in veteran deaths by suicide. A 2015 study found that as many as 500,000 veterans who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan were diagnosed with PTSD. This staggering number has undeniably grown since the study was conducted, especially with what's happened now recently in Afghanistan. All these brave service members survive the terror of battle. All too often, they don't survive the torment of their own thoughts at home and tragically take their own lives. Even those veterans who don't fall victim to their own thoughts must still cope with reliving their horrifying experiences abroad. This oftentimes has a tremendously negative effect on their relationship with loved ones, with wives, spouses, their children, family members, and business partners. Unfortunately, we are faced with a regrettable reality. There is not a cure for PTSD or traumatic brain injury. However, we can treat their symptoms. As a physician, I have found that hyperbaric oxygen therapy can be helpful in treating this disorder. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy is done by placing a patient in a pressurized room or a tube and pushing massive amounts of pure oxygen into a pressurized area. By delivering more oxygen to an individual's lungs, their blood can carry that higher pressure oxygen to help heal cells in their body, including their brain. I've used hyperbaric oxygen for over 30 years to heal infected areas and non-healing wounds in the body. And that's the theory and that's the thought here, is that we carry higher oxygen to help heal a traumatically injured brain, rather. Although more research needs to be done to determine how effective hyperbaric oxygen therapy is in treating PTSD and traumatic brain injury, many who use this treatment have found it to be successful at a time when literally nothing else had helped. PTSD and TBI are peculiar conditions, as different treatments that are required for different people. Although HBOT may not be a treatment that helps patient A, it can be life-saving for patient B. Our veterans who have valiantly served our country and sacrificed so much deserve every remedy possible to reduce the mental scarring that sometimes is caused by combat. Every veteran who suffers from PTSD or traumatic brain injury should be afforded the ability to have hyperbaric oxygen therapy if other treatments fail. That's why I introduced the Veterans National Traumatic Brain Injury Treatment Act, H.R. 1014. If passed, my legislation would direct the Secretary of the VA to create a pilot program for hyperbaric oxygen therapy for veterans who suffer from PTSD or TBI, and funded by veteran service organizations. While serving in the North Carolina House of Representatives, I sponsored and passed legislation similarly that would provide HBOT therapy for veterans in North Carolina. Now, as the 3rd Congressional District Congressman in North Carolina, which is home to the 6th most veterans in the United States, I'm working to make this potentially life-saving therapy available to all veterans in our country. American veterans deserve every opportunity to enjoy the freedom that they fought so valiantly and so sacrificially for overseas. It is Congress's duty and obligation to make sure that this is available to them. I thank you for the opportunity, I thank you for the award, and God bless our veterans, and we thank them for their service. I think I have time for one question.
Dr. Murphy, you mentioned the HBOT therapy. Can you share some additional information on the benefits of the therapy?
Well, the therapy itself is directed, as I've used it in patients before, to help with the wounds that won't heal. We've tried every aspect to help treat them, and they won't heal. And what this does is delivered high oxygen contents and pressure volumes to the affected area in the brain. And it is thought, and you need oxygen to really heal our body, it's thought to be able to deliver high concentrations over a short period of time that allow the cells to heal, possibly help regeneration, help damage in those cells, that we actually get normal pathways conducted in the brain for thought, for activity in that regard. It helps with mood, it helps with depression, it possibly can help actually with emotion and movement of action. And so this is really something that, in my opinion, I hate to use the term as a non-brainer. It's something that we should afford our veterans who cannot, have not succeeded in other therapies and other advents of treatment that have been offered to them by the VA. So anyway, thank you all so very much for your time. Thank you for your questions, and thank you again for the honor of the award.
And thank you, Congressman.
Good afternoon. Lieutenant General Eric Schoonmaker served as the 42nd U.S. Army Surgeon General and Commanding General of the U.S. Army Medical Command. He is currently an emeritus professor in the Department of Military and Emergency Medicine at the nation's only federal health university, the Uniformed Services University of Health Sciences in Bethesda, Maryland. He serves as a senior physician consultant for the Department of Veterans Affairs in the implementation of Veterans Whole Health. His principal interests are twofold: complementary and integrative health and medicine in the shift from a disease management-focused healthcare system to one more centered on the improvement and sustainment of health and well-being, and leadership education. He advocates for complementary and integrative health and medicine, education and training, emphasizing mindfulness, into the education of health and healthcare professionals. Dr. Schoonmaker also promotes the central importance of leadership education and training for health professionals. He committed his career to meeting the health needs of soldiers, their families, and veterans through initiatives that Army Medicine implemented throughout its facilities in the U.S., Europe, and the Pacific. Dr. Schoonmaker is an internal medicine physician with a PhD in human genetics. He held many assignments, including command of 2 Army Regional Medical Commands, the Walter Reed Army Medical Center, Army's Medical Research and Material Command at Fort Detrick, an Army Academic Medical Center, a community hospital, and a deployable medical brigade. Please welcome Lieutenant General Eric Schoonmaker.
Thanks very much. Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? We've got a small audience here for those of you who aren't with us in the room, and I'm going to speak up a little bit because it is a little hard to hear beyond the barrier of the room. Everybody is staying compliant with the CDC guidelines, and I commend you and the foundation for sticking with that. It's a distinct pleasure to be here today, and I want to. Audio's okay? Yeah. Good. First of all, Mary Lou, thank you so much for this book, little notebook. I took all my scraps of paper and I transcribed them here so I look like I'm well organized. It is really a distinct pleasure to be here and to be a part of this important event. And Mary Lou, I've got to thank you, and I've got to thank your foundation, the John P. I'm having a block now, the Mayhew Foundation, for your devotion to caring for our service members, the veterans, our families. It's really humbling to be here with the group that was represented by the panels and the speakers this morning. To quite frankly, someone asked me at lunch, are you doing the keynote? And I had to say, I think every one of these talks has been a keynote talk. I feel a little bit sheepish about being up here and advertising myself as a keynote speaker. I want to tell you, Mary Lou, how much I appreciate your focus on opioid addiction, opioid use disorder, as we call it now. I've been working on pain and pain management for a number of years. As you heard, Mike, that was a very generous introduction and description of me. Every time I hear that, it follows me everywhere. I just want to meet this guy because he seems like a really terrific, accomplished person. I don't know where I was when all this stuff was happening, but as you heard, I was trained as an internal medicine doc and as a hematologist. In fact, my PhD was in sickle cell disease, and so I've been taking care of people with pain and chronic pain really from the last 50 years. And one of the things I came to understand was that we have very rudimentary approaches in fact, a close colleague of mine who runs the Defense and Veterans Center for Integrated Pain Management, Dr. Trip Buckenmeyer, says we're still stuck on methods that really came out of the Crimean War and the Civil War, and we haven't advanced much beyond that. And so the epidemic of opioid use disorder we have in this country, which kills more people than have died on the highways every year, and has killed more people than we've lost in the war in Iraq, Afghanistan, the Vietnam War. We're beginning to rival every collective casualty count that we've had going back war after war after war. And my conviction is, and those with whom I work is that this is not an isolated epidemic. It's actually an epidemic of epidemics. And one of the important epidemics that precedes this is the epidemic of chronic pain. And if we had been able to manage pain effectively with many of the other scientifically validated treatments, such as yoga and acupuncture and guided imagery and music therapy and medical massage, Tai Chi and Qigong, acupuncture, if I haven't mentioned it already, these have very good science behind them. And we would have kept people from having to go on opioids long term. So thank you for what you're doing in the foundation. This work with pain has also helped me to understand something that you heard earlier on speakers. You heard Joe talk about, and Joe Berta and Josh Morgenstein talk about the intersection of some very important phenomena that come out of service, but also come out of natural and man-made disasters, wherever they might be. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Hey, the most common cause of post-traumatic stress disorder in the country is rape. 75% of people or more, women and men who experience and suffer from rape, at some point experience post-traumatic stress disorder. TBI. I mean, if you want to think about traumatic brain injuries, think about motor vehicle accidents, think about skateboard accidents, think about sports, which is the generation of many of these. And so you get a motor vehicle accident in which an individual gets a traumatic brain injury and has post-traumatic stress from having seen and experienced that event, and they go into a spiral that may include chronic pain, depression, they may turn to opioids, they may turn to alcohol and other things. So this nexus, this witch's brew of these illnesses and injuries we've been hearing about all morning really is what we're here to talk about and to try to get our arms around. You heard that I belong. I have a job within the VA. I have a part-time job advancing veterans' whole health. That's the only conflict, if you want to think about it that way materially. But I have no investment in any of what you've heard today other than my intellectual and emotional investment in getting, having success for relieving the suffering of the many people who have served in uniform and their families, and by extension, the global family who can benefit from everything we learn from. You know, I can't give a talk these days that I don't pause and reflect on at the end of 20 years and now the withdrawal from Afghanistan, all the contributions that veterans and their families have made over the last really 246 years of our history defending this country. And I just want to reach out and thank everyone out there in this audience and the wider audience for what you have done to keep my country and my family safe and protected and living in a free and democratic society all this time. So I retired from the Army in 2012. I'd served 33 years in uniform. I was actually a commissioned officer for 42 years. And in that 9-year period, the Army lost me, and so I ran off and went to medical school and got a PhD and did my clinical training and the like. And then they must have found my records and called me and said, hey, it's time to come back. And I said, oh, nuts. You hadn't forgotten me. But once I got in, as everyone who's probably talked here who has served in uniform, including Mary Lowe and Becky Porter and others, it is infectious and contagious. The kinds of people you work with and for, the opportunities you have to make improvements, the greater mission that we have in protecting and defending this country is just overwhelming. And it's such a privilege to have served. And on top of that, I was an Army brat. I loved hearing the discussion. Becky, when I was a brat, we didn't have an MSEC. We didn't have a Military Child and Education Coalition. I went to 8 elementary schools and high schools. I went to 4 different high schools. And every community you joined, you were it. You were the new guy. You were the postie, the post toastie that came to school there. In fact, one of my daughters, who leads our family in the number of schools she went to, said to me at one point in her junior year, "Hey, Dad, I just exceeded what you went through in terms of the number of schools I went to." So I kind of feel like my entire life at one point or another has been touched by the U.S. military and the people who have inspired and mentored me. So I retired in early 2012. In December, I woke up in the morning and turned to my wife, Audrey, who's a former Army nurse and now a veteran herself, and now a yoga therapist and a wellness coach. And I said, "Hey, Audrey, my father's dead." And she said, and it's not because I had an intimation that he had just died in the night. No, she said, "No, he died 2.5 years ago. Don't you remember? We buried him in Arlington Cemetery. He was a colonel himself when he retired, and 35 years in uniform. And we had the honor guard and the riderless horse, and the family all came together." And I said, "Yeah, but I just got to that point in the videotape." Now, Josh Morgenstein, who is just up here, the psychiatrist, would probably say, "Well, that's just active denial." No, it wasn't. He was 89 years old. He was in vigorous good health. He was rollerblading 8 miles a day until 6 weeks before he died. I mean, he could outwork any of us. But he lived a long and terrific life, and had cared for my mom, who was he was the primary caregiver for him. And we all knew that he acquired a very aggressive tumor that killed him pretty quickly. And he was reconciled to that, and we were reconciled to that. And that part I did understand. I wasn't in denial at all. I just had a videotape going in my head that I was still catching up with myself over. What was that about? What was happening there? Well, I would say my biggest problem was the problem of not living in the present moment. And that wasn't the fault of anybody I worked for, or jobs I had, or a defect in me. It was simply, for those of us who worked together, and for those of you who had similar jobs, our job was to always be looking over the horizon. Our job was always to be anticipating the next dozen courses of action that might take place. Remember the branches and sequels that we were always asked about. Well, what happens if this happens? And what are you going to do then? And then what are you going to do if that happens? And we were harvesting lessons learned from the past. We spent so much of our time trying to salvage what we had learned from this to apply for that. We never got seated in this, the present moment. And that's what mindfulness is. Mindfulness is awareness of the present without judgment about where your mind is going to go and what continues to come forward. So I had learned some of this before. I actually learned it probably the first time, and you keep me on target with time here. But I learned this before as a resident and a fellow. I mean, I went through a very long period of education and clinical training and the like. And I came up in a time when, in hematology and oncology, when, I mean, it was a brutal time. There wasn't much success with a lot of the treatments that we had. I was at Duke University in the early bone marrow attempts at bone marrow transplant, and people didn't do well with that. This was an era before, and we lost so many of our patients. It was such a difficult time. And what I learned was, on 3 hours average sleep a night, and sometimes up for 2 or 3 days at a time without any sleep, was if I gave my pager, those are the little things for you Gen Xers that you don't understand. There's a little thing that used to go off on our belts that would tell us to attend it before we had cell phones. and certainly before Snapchat and all those other things that you guys dwell on. I would give my pager to my intern, and I would go running in Duke Forest for an hour. And maybe I'd run 5 miles or 7 miles. I got up to where I was running 10 miles a day religiously, and then started marathoning. And that was, in retrospect, mindfulness. I met and married a woman who was a long-distance runner in college, and our first dates were running. And trust me, you do not want to take a date with a long-distance runner when you're built like a Clydesdale. You know what I mean? We'd be out 5 miles on a 10-mile run, and she would turn to me, you know, chattering away, and say, "You know, Eric, this has been a great time, but I've got to get a workout in here." And I would say, "Well, go to it, because you're not going to get me go any faster." And then I would go behind a tree and throw up for a couple hours, you know, while she went. So I had learned that exercise for some of us, especially chronic aerobic exercise, is a form of mindfulness. In fact, if Audrey had asked me what was I thinking about while we were running, I would have told her, and I did tell her sometimes, I'm thinking about my next step. I have no other thoughts. I'm thinking about my next step, my next breath, my next arm motion. And that was my present-mindedness. I'm now retired, and so at this time, in sight of my father's death behind me, I said, I've got to get my mind back into the present. But first I need to get sleep. Hey, I lived for 40 years on less than 3 hours of sleep a night. Human beings aren't designed to sleep less than 3 hours of sleep a night. I now get, and I know this from my Fitbit, 7.5 to 8 hours a day. And I've been doing this now for years. And my body, without an alarm clock, always comes back to 7.5 to 8 hours a day. That's where I live. And I started an exercise program. But I can't now at this age like I did before. So I had to find other things that I could do. And my wife, God bless her, although I don't look like it, is always on me about nutrition. So, you know, with apologies to my successor, Patty Horoho, who became the Surgeon General after me, sleep, activity, and nutrition, the 3 performance triad, important things. You've got to do that. But then I began to focus on mindfulness. And so what I'd like to do right now is to have everybody in this little audience and everybody out there do a little exercise with me. I want you to put down your books, put down your electronics. Emily, put down your electronics. I can still see you. And that's out there too. There are Emily's out there that have got your Snapchat open. Just close it up. Put your feet firmly on the ground. That's right, uncross. Find a comfortable place for your hands to be. It can be crossed, as Mike has, or clasped, I said, or just comfortably. And then what I'd like you to do is sit upright, like John Kabat-Zinn says, sit upright in a position of dignity and respect for yourself, with your head over your spine and your shoulders, comfortably seated, your feet well grounded. Feel through your feet, feel the floor below you, and through the floor, the building, the house that you're in, or if you're out in a park, that's even better because you're right on the ground. And then feel how the building is rooted to the ground and the ground to the whole earth. And then what I'd ask you to do is to close your eyes. I find it very difficult to do this with my eyes open. If you do have your eyes open, try to have a neutral gaze point, maybe 10 feet out or so. But better yet is just to close your eyes, and then something again that John Kabat-Zinn says, anybody who does this has a body and breathes. So I want you to focus on your breath, on your breathing. And I want you to take a breath. Don't change the pattern of your breathing. Don't speed it up, slow it down. Take deeper breaths, shallower breaths. Just breathe normally. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. And if you want to experiment a little bit, just open your mouth slightly and Let your tongue slowly drift to the top of your palate, and let the air slide under your tongue and slightly over the top, in and out, in and out. See if you can find the part of your anatomy, your respiratory anatomy, where you feel the breathing the most. It might be in your mouth or your nose. It might be at the back of your throat. It might be under your sternum, under your breastbone. That's sort of where I feel it the most. It might be in your ribs or in your diaphragm or in your belly, because you want to be breathing into your belly. No one's taking your picture, nobody's filming you. But let your belly gently go out and gently come in. In and out. And if you hear a noise like we have here in the kitchen or the air conditioner humming, just let that float through you like clouds in the sky. In and out. In and out. Now, if you're like almost all of your fellow human beings, about this time, despite every effort you have to focus on your breathing, you started to have thoughts. I mean, it may be as simple as, when is this idiot going to quit this exercise? Or it might be, did I lock my car in the parking lot? Why did I have those harsh words with my kids this morning before I left? Or Mary Lowe, who's probably thinking, gee, I hope the other people arrive on time so I don't have to worry about rescheduling the whole schedule. Or, what are we going to have for dinner? That's very common. The Dalai Lama will tell you his mind is always drifting away. That's what the mind is designed to do. Humans tell stories. We are narrative makers. But what I want you to do is, as you notice your mind drifting away, engage the one thing we think humans possess more than anything else or any other species, and that is awareness. You are aware of your thoughts. You are aware that your mind has begun to drift away. And I want you to just gently, without judgment, without recrimination, without dwelling on it, just gently sweep those thoughts aside and come back to center stage of awareness of your breath, in and out, in and out. And every time your mind drifts away with thoughts, gently, without punishment or judgment, move your thoughts back to your breath. Okay, let's move our hands and our feet and come back into the room. How was that? Great, right? So that's a mindful exercise. That's mindfulness. And you can do that as we've done it here. I know many of you in the audience out there, as well as in the room, might have an active, disciplined practice of meditation. But the neuroscience is now telling us, and I refer to some of the work of Amishi Jha at the University of Miami, and Scott Rogers, her colleague, but many others who have been looking at this for a number of years. Richie Davison up at the University of Wisconsin in the VA Medical Center in Madison, about what the brain goes through. And there's some important things. First of all, you have what's called working memory. You have like you have a random access memory that you're working on at any one time, and it's limited in what it can focus on. It's what gives you your attention, and it competes with other things that come into your mind. And when you go through this kind of exercise in a disciplined way, what happens is that working memory begins to expand, and your ability to be attentive to any task goes up. And very promising in the context of what we're talking about here is Dr. Jaw has studied deploying units is it reduces the probability of your developing post-traumatic stress disorder. That ability to be in the moment. Because most of us spend anywhere from 3/4 of our time or more either thinking future or thinking past. And oftentimes, depending on your family dynamic and maybe your religious practices and the like, your social experience, your past thoughts are often punctuated or sprinkled with guilt or regret or a sense of failure. And your future thoughts, especially in jobs I've had, were focused on catastrophe and fear. And let's think about this. Is our future thoughts real or fiction? Well, they're fiction, right? The future hasn't even happened yet. Are past recollections real or fiction? Well, most people will say they're real, right? I mean, they've happened, and these are my memories. Have you ever been to a courtroom and talked and had two opposing witnesses for the same event testify about what they saw? Our past recollections are as fictional as forward projections are. So we're dwelling in fictitious space, even as we're losing the opportunity to be present. And I wish the congressman were still here, because I'd like to talk to him about hyperbaric oxygen. We actually have studied hyperbaric oxygen thoroughly when I was the Surgeon General. I believe one of the most important things that does, is that minutes or seconds? Minutes? Okay. One of the most important things that does to us is gives us a space to quietly be reflective. You're in a chamber with very caring people who are convinced that they're there to help you and that they can help you, and they do. You can't carry your electronics in there, Emily, because there's high tension oxygen and that may trigger an explosion. You're in a gown and you have a dedicated moment of time, 45 minutes, half hour, an hour, recurrently to, in a sense, be reflective. I think it's a terrific mindful exercise. And I think that might be part of the major benefit of something like hyperbaric oxygen. So when I got out of the Army, about a year or so later, the then Chief of Staff of the Army, General Radio Odierno, sent around one of our senior leaders, who'd been my Director of Army Staff, Jim Campbell, a wonderful, wonderful human being, a terrifically gifted general officer and very caring individual. And he said, we're interviewing a number of our former senior general officers to say, on behalf of the Chief of Staff, to know, what could we have done? What could he have done? What could the Army have done to make you better leaders? And I said to him, sir, with all candor, one thing, I wish you had taught me mindfulness. In fact, I wish I had learned it as a kid. And I admire people like Goldie Hawn, who, for example, has a foundation dedicated to teaching elementary school and other students how to be mindful and how to exercise mindfulness. Because I believe much of what we've heard the groups talk about today are a consequence of our inability to focus our thoughts on the present and to control through these mindful practices where our imagination and our narrative takes us. Remember, we are humans who tell stories, and we're going to tell ourselves stories unless we learn what those stories are doing to us. Pema Chodron, one of the leaders in much of this work, an American Tibetan nun, who many of you may be familiar with, P-E-M-A, Pema Chodron, C-H-O-D-R-O-N, is a terrific speaker on many aspects of Tibetan Buddhism, but also in the mindful arena. And she tells a story from a Buddhist tradition of a woman running across an open plain, being chased by a tiger. And the tiger's getting closer and closer and closer, and she comes to the edge of a cliff. And off of that cliff is a vine. So she crawls down the vine to escape the tiger, who's now at the edge of the cliff above her. And she looks down at the end of the vine, at this very high cliff, and down on the ground is another tiger. So she has a tiger above and a tiger below, holding onto a vine. And she looks out in front of her, and growing out of the cliff is a perfect strawberry. And she plucks the strawberry and eats it. That's life, isn't it? Tiger above, tiger below. We don't know when that tiger's going to get us. But right in front of us are perfect events. If we can be in the moment. If we can be in the moment. And so what I leave you with is not a new technology. There may be technological applications to this. There may be ways of exploiting this, of using social media, using music, using a whole variety of things to bring this to people. But in contrast to what Dr. Morgenstein talked about earlier of the population, I want to bring this back to the personal and what you can do as a person to help with all the factors he and Joe talked about, to foster internally a sense of safety, to foster internally a sense of calm. Hey, I said to the panelists who were in that first group, if I had been in that elevator with that family, I don't have a card, so I couldn't do what Dr. Porter said, which was, I thought was terrific and very generous. But I would say to them first off, hey, let's everybody just stop and take a deep breath. Let's just stop and take a deep breath. Because as Herbert Benson taught us, when you take a deep breath, you engage that part of the brain which flips the switch on the fight or flight reaction to a relaxation state. And if you notice in any baseball game, a good hitter will get up there, and what are the first thing they do? They take a deep breath. And meanwhile, the pitcher is out on the mound and he's taking a deep breath. And the surgeon, before they start that surgery, takes a deep breath. All of those are aimed at calming us down. What do we teach a sniper in combat to do? Take deep breaths, control your breath. And so what I'm talking to you about is an old technology brought forward into the 21st century that helps every individual to own the present in a non-judgmental way and learn to honor those narratives that take you forward and back, but not allow them to overtake your enjoyment of the present. And I think with that, I'll close my thoughts. And if we want, Mary Lou, entertain any questions or thank you very much. And again, thank you for this invitation. Thank you for what your foundation is doing and for the generous support that your sponsors are giving you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was amazing. Wow. I think we're going to do a couple photos, and then wow, thank you. That was amazing.
Dr. Shoemaker for that wonderful keynote speech. That was really much appreciated. I will be introducing our third panel, but first I'll introduce myself. My name is Emily Jenkins, and I am on the board of directors for the John P. Mayhew Foundation as the Director of Research and Innovation. For our first afternoon panel and our third panel of the day, we will have our Wellbeing Practicum, which will be an experiential introduction to yoga coaching and Tao calligraphy. Our facilitator and discussion leader will be Dr. Susie Carmack, who earned her PhD in health communication from Mason in 2014 and holds other advanced degrees. She also possesses her 500-hour experience registered yoga teacher certification and is an award-winning executive yoga coach and well-being promotion scholar. Our other discussion panelist is Amy Yamashiro, Doctor of Education, Reiki Master, and Tao practitioner, who is trained in energy healing and meditation-based traditional Chinese medicine as developed by the Tao Academy. Today, she will be educating us on and demonstrating the healing practice of Tao calligraphy. So without further ado, I would like to hand it over to our wonderful panelists and thank them so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you. Thank you to my honored colleague, Dr. Amy Yamashiro. Thank you to the Mayhew Foundation for this opportunity to be with you. Thank you to our guests that are here in person, and thank you to those of you watching synchronously or asynchronously. I'm honored to be sharing this well-being practicum with you because I've been honored to be at this event for several years now. It's so exciting to be at the 4th annual event. And I've seen such growth in this event in stimulating the conversation about brain health. So I wanted to come forward with a plot twist, which is becoming my MO, in the sense of not just talking about well-being practices, but actually getting you the chance to experience them with us. And we had such another wonderful plot twist a moment ago when Dr. Schumacher gave us a beautiful presentation and experiential introduction to mindfulness practice. So I want to thank him for that practice because it was very centering to us as we got ready to be here with you for today. So for today, our session is going to really have two parts. First, I'm going to lead you into a different kind of mindfulness practice, which I've loosely called yoga coaching. And you'll hear more about what that is and how we can practice right here, right now, together in a moment. After that, we will get a chance to see and experience more about the Tao healing calligraphy practice and the energy healing frameworks that come with it from Dr. Yamashiro's expertise. So with that, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So I want to set the scene for you here in this yoga coaching practice and tell you just a little bit about where it comes from. About 20-some years ago, let's be careful of how many years we say there, but let's just say a few decades ago, I was working here in the Washington, D.C. area as a yoga teacher who started to draw one-on-one clients that frankly were a lot like me. And that is type what I call AAA. Hard-driving performance types that like to get things done and pack as much as possible into the day. I remember when I first discovered yoga myself, I got up and left at the Shavasana time. This is the time at the end when you relax. After you've done the physical practice, you rest and do something similar to what we just experienced for a mindfulness practice. I could not sit still that long. I could not allow my mind to be that settled. But I know also that I needed yoga at the time, which is why I eventually wanted to become an instructor. So it was an interesting universal design that here a few years later, in the early 2000s, I started having these great type A performance types come to me. General officers, CEOs, people working on the Hill, who were literally carrying the weight of the world on their shoulders and who needed a little yoga. And they were only coming to me because they couldn't get to the traditional classes, working what I called 7 to 7 days, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. An interesting plot twist is that now, fast forward that I'm a well-being scholar, sometimes I'm working those days myself. So what I decided to start to do with them is they would come to me. They usually had a challenge in their life going on, and that's why they were driven to yoga. And in my training, I had been taught how to create movement practices and, yes, mindfulness practices that were centering. And I would give them what I now know are just-in-time interventions to adapt to whatever it is they were telling me. Maybe they had an anxious mind that looked too far into the future, and their practice was to be in the breath of the present moment. Or maybe they would become more lethargic, feeling overwhelmed by what I now know is burnout and compassion fatigue, and even depression, occupational stress-related disorders that can come from carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders. So I started to think about how I could meet them in their stories where they were, without any kind of clinical training in therapy, I might add, only going to what I knew. And that is that our stories live in our bodies, as we learned in our last session. And more specifically in the yoga chakra system, that the lower body is about our self-to-self, our mid-body is about our engagement with others and ourselves, and our upper body is about how we show up in the world, like I'm trying my best to do for you right now. So in this practice together, what I'd like to do is show you how what I've done is linked coaching questions, coaching curiosity. And for those who don't know, a coach is a different kind of provider. I'm actually involved with the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching. And we certify, or they certify, organizations like mine. I have a training program that is endorsed by them that helps people to become board certified health coaches through a partnership with the National Board of Medical Examiners. We are not providers as coaches. We are trained to hold you in positive regard in a non-judgmental way and to meet you with accountability, motivation, support, and frankly, a witness, a thought partner to be with you in your day. So much of what I was doing intuitively years ago, I've now sought different training and now do. And now I've changed it so that I share these methods with others as well. And I'm going to kind of break the code for you right now and give you this practice together. So what you'll see, as a spoiler alert, is that we're going to move in some mindfulness to help us to maybe get our bodies more awake and alert, and also to frankly connect the mind and body. Some newer research is showing us that moving in a few minutes a day can do everything from stimulate our metabolism to enable us to have bigger picture thinking. It even can change the way we receive messages. A study from Canada a few years ago showed that people who sat in a slouched posture all day long, or in the study that is, they were in a slouched posture for an extended period, or they were on a treadmill at a steady pace in a slouched way. They were given a series of words, and the other participants were taught to sit tall or walk proudly. The participants that were in the slouched posture remembered more negative words. The participants in the tall posture or the proud pace, same pace on the treadmill I might add, had more positive retention. So there's something about getting into our bodies throughout the day that has, yes, mindfulness benefits, and these are beautiful, but there's something about connecting to movement and to going into this human system design that we all have, that we were built to move. So you'll see as we move, I'll be asking you some questions to reflect, and I encourage you afterward to go through with me and reflect on them. But we're not going to get out our journals yet. We'll do that on the other side. So those of us who are here with me, I encourage you to stand up and join me. This is going to be a chair-based practice. So I have a chair here. Now, a couple things for safety. I have this little thing we do in our yoga medco trainings where we pretend like we're our favorite superhero. Mine is Wonder Woman, circa 1980 or so. Thank you, Linda Carter. Not that the other current one isn't awesome, but you know, showing my age here. So what we're going to do is do a little safety check. So we're literally going to do a very slow motion spin. Okay, and all that's doing is making sure that as you create space around you, that there's no people or things that are in your way. We don't want you to be having a tripping hazard, for example, whether you're at home joining me or here in person. The second thing for a safety perspective is to make sure that your chair is stationary. I have a great big chair, and I'm going to be careful. If you notice, I'm not going to just slide it. Sometimes moving the chair in a yoga class can actually cause harm to the back. So I'm going to just carefully pick it up and place it to the side. Notice I held it without rotating the spine when I did that. Okay, for those of us with vulnerable backs, that's a real important safety issue. Okay, so with that, we got our safety in place. Let's come into our bodies. This is called Tadasana. A fun little joke is Tada-asana. Okay, get it? Asana means posture in yoga. So let's take a few deep breaths. Some of us do not feel comfortable closing our eyes, and that's okay. We know in trauma-sensitive yoga that sometimes that can actually be very challenging for our mind. So to look forward with a gaze, which what we call drishti, is okay. To look down our cheeks, or perhaps to close our eyes completely. Whatever feels best for you. And I'd like you to imagine that you're a human arrow. Your center body is coming up from the arches of your feet all the way to the top of your head. On the inhale, almost like you could breathe from the ground up. And on the exhale, go ahead and allow yourself to breathe out loud with me. Let's be impolite. We have polited ourselves into a lot of unhealthy patterns in our world. Deep breath in through the nose. Deep breath out through the mouth. And now I invite you to do the same kind of exhale, but with the mouth closed, so you can hear that little sound in the back of the throat. It's so light that you can hear it, but the person next to you can't. We call that Ujjayi breath. And as we do our movement today, I invite you, if your mind gets busy and distracted, to just come back to the beautiful sound of your exhale. Let's take a nice deep breath in as we reach our arms up, wherever that's comfortable for your shoulders, and sit back in what's called chair pose. I'm going to turn to the side so you can see me. It looks like you're about to sit on a chair, but you don't. Inhale to come up. Exhale to sit back. If moving the legs was difficult for you, you could join us here in a seated posture, moving only the arms. And now let's imagine that you're catching a word with me. We'll do one more and meet up at the top, almost like we could freeze time. We're going to imagine that in our hands here is the word gratitude. And as you look up, taking a moment to be grateful, it could be for something that's going well for you today, or it could be for the opportunity to reach out for help in a difficulty. Imagine that you could collapse the letters, bringing them into your heart space, and coming into your chair pose. Taking a moment to keep your gaze on the ground. And imagine that you could see that word gratitude again. Breathing into the feeling of gratitude. Not just gratitude that the pose is almost over. Just making sure you're still with me. Leaning into that feeling of gratitude in our heart space. And coming up to standing. Okay, so a little virtual high five with the elbows to my buddies here. Virtual high five to those of you at home. So what we just did, if you're creating your own little practice at home, is something called, I call it the mindful movement vitamin. I was honored to share this with the World Health Organization back in 2013. It's a really simple framework to make sure you're moving enough. Your elbows and your knees move in two directions, and check, check, you just did that. You could also do a couple push-ups on your chair, but I'll be nice, and we won't do that yet, okay? The next two, that's your twos. Your spine moves in four directions. We're gonna get a chance to move that now. So let's face towards our chair, and you can turn sideways with me or turn backwards, that's okay. I'd like you to find yourself so that you're making a human table with your back. Some of you need to hold up a little higher, some of you might need to hold lower. Very tall folks might need to hold the back of the chair, okay? And all we're going to do is make the letter N out of our back, which we call cat pose, and the letter U with our back, which we call cow. So try to find the exhale for cat and the inhale for cow. And move on the breath with me. The knees are softly bent so that you should hopefully feel nothing but comfortable in your back. We feel free in our cat pose. Let's stay there for a couple breaths. So as you stay here, imagine that you could turn off tension in your back. And also think of something that you'd like to let roll off your back today. So often we'll say that we are backed into a corner, or we feel even stabbed in the back. These are harsh framings for the back and what it gives us for meaning. But we can allow ourselves to let our stress roll off our back, or at least the tension of it. Coming into our heart space now for cow for several breaths. You can stay in cow pose here with me, or you can actually join me in a different pose, which is also a heart opener, called a standing camel. I'm going to go with that for today. We take our elbows and our shoulders together without letting them creep up, and we open up the doors of our heart as we close the eyes. Taking a few deep breaths there. Feel the rib cage open on the inhale. Feel the abdominals pull in on the exhale. If you allowed yourself to let something roll off your back today in our last pose, what would you like to open up to today in your heart space? Is it gratitude? Is it peace? Is it the sound of your breath? And coming into center. So you can see, as we've gone so far, we're going to keep going with this. Now we get to sit down, everybody. Yay. Okay. So we're going to actually come into a variation of a warrior two. Now you yogis, stay here for me, but you yogis will remember a warrior two from your yoga class looking something like this on a mat. This is a nice gentle option with the chair that, yes, you can do when you're wearing your polite professional clothes. Okay, so we're going to take our hips to the side here. So I'm kind of sitting on the corner of the chair and I have one leg out comfortably. If that really doesn't feel right or you don't have room, you could just simply keep the legs together here. That's okay. We're going to make some genie arms, right? And then just gently rotate the spine a few times. Feel the inhales getting us tall, and feel the exhales rotating us the opposite way. The body is like us, like friends. When we're having trouble, one muscle group tries to help the other muscle group out. So your arms want to do it for you, but try to do it from the waist, move from the waist, that is. So we're really wringing out tension. In our yoga practice, our twists help us to wring out the stresses of our day. It doesn't make them go away, but it helps us to wring out the tension that come with them. Let's go ahead and turn to one side now and just hold on wherever the hands fall in the chair, if that's comfortable, or just put them down next to the side if there's not a railing there like mine, and just stay put for a few moments. As you spiral towards a look behind you gently, either with the eyes or with the neck. Let's take a moment to look back at our day so far from the perspective of gratitude. If we see any regrets back there, let's see if we can reframe them as gratitude, a chance to learn and grow. Coming into center, we'll change to our opposite side and we'll turn the opposite way. Taking the leg out if we choose to and staying put as we rotate. Every inhale gets you taller. Every exhale helps you rotate further. But the hands are light, so we're not forcing from the arms. Internally supported. And coming into center. And at the risk of looking like Flashdance, yes, we're going to open up our hearts here. Let's take our shoulder blades down next to us like we did in our standing pose. In our busy days where we're hunched over the computer, our hearts are not open. And as much as it might seem so silly to think of a classroom of students sitting like this, or your next board meeting having everyone do this for a few breaths, our bodies actually need it. And that extra little oxygen when we free the muscles of respiration actually help us to think better. So again, let's not always be doing what we're told. Sometimes a little rogue movement during the day is actually great for our inner genius. So continuing with the movement, just 2 more movements to go with me. You're doing great. We've already moved our twos, our elbows and our knees. We've moved our spine in 3 out of 4 directions. We're going to go into a 4th direction now. Facing the chair, I'm going to take myself into a warrior 1 footing. This looks like a lunge, but the back heel is anchored. And take myself up to a warrior 1 for a few breaths. And then carefully turn away from the leg, comfortably for your hip. And see if you can gently lean into your standing leg. So it's like you're shrinking one side of the shirt and opening the other side. You're actually engaging your obliques on the low side and opening them on the opposite side. Coming into center, turning towards the chair, sneaking in a little plank pose for some strength and some heat. Can you keep breathing, even in the difficulty? Can you breathe into gratitude no matter what is happening, even the things we don't normally like on first glance? Taking the opposite foot forward and coming into our warrior 1. A slow rotation away from the chair for warrior 2, modified, and then taking ourselves into a reverse warrior. Only going as far as it feels right for our neck. And as we stay looking upward, if that's possible, thinking about how we could ask for help today, or where we might share out our feeling of gratitude with others. Coming into center and turning towards the chair, finishing up with a nice little cat pose, a nice little cow pose, releasing the back, and a gentle downward facing dog, very long and lovely. Our heart is not lower than our hips in this gentle option. Traditionally, this pose is on the floor, but with a chair, it actually is a lot kinder to our circulatory and lymph systems. Walking our feet forward, we'll bend our knees and come on up to standing. There we go. So thank you. So what you just did with me was a created genius break. It's using this mindful movement vitamin framework. So just to kind of quickly show you that you could use this framework to do your own choreography with the movements that you like to do. Your elbows and your knees move in two directions. When you go to the gym and you're doing your bicep curls or your squats or even your tree pose, technically you're moving those joints and you're getting those lubricated, which is great. Your spine moves in 4 directions: cat, cow, flexion or extension, rotation, and side bending. Okay, so that's your 4. Your hips move in 6, and I snuck that in there. They fold and open, they turn out and they turn in, and they go side to side. They also make a circle, but our cheer wouldn't work for 2, 4, 6, 8, so we'll keep it at that. And then 10 is the arms. They go forward, they go back, they turn out, they turn in. Too often in the day we're here, we need this. Opening up to the side and down, and then we are literally built to give each other and ourselves a hug sometimes. So that's your 8 for the shoulders. And so the rest of the intervention teaches us to take time for 10 minutes a day of movement throughout the day. And if you're that super busy person like I am, and many of you are, even getting 2 minutes of movement spread throughout the day 5 times, take a little movement break to get the heart and the mind connected. So I hope that that's been helpful to you. And now we go into the yoga coaching section where I'm just going to remind you of a couple questions that I asked you while we were moving, trying to embed those questions in your body. And if we had a chance to have a coaching session, I would do nothing but listen, but we don't have that opportunity. So I'm going to encourage you to go into your soul's mind as you perhaps do some journaling with these questions. What are you grateful for? It's interesting that research shows us that gratitude can really help us to feel better. The regular practice of a gratitude journal. But I remember recently one of my clients said, I've been doing a gratitude journal for 3 years and it just got to be a chore. And I was not grateful that I had to do that gratitude journal. And I said, you know what, that's okay. Because even in our mindfulness practices, we can change things up. And we can be mindful about, well, what is it coming up within that practice that was bothering her? She felt like it was robbing time from her family and that she was just having to conjure up things to be grateful for. And quite frankly, she was going through some really difficult times that she was angry about and had feelings of grief and frustration and sadness. Something that oftentimes people think when they meet me, and I generally have a pretty positive disposition, that I haven't been through hard times or that I don't have dark things that are happening in my head sometimes and not nice self-talk, even as I help others to improve theirs. Nothing could be further from the truth. The yoga practice gives me the ability to notice my thinking and to decide when I want to get out the pen to do some rewriting. So sometimes my gratitude, as it is today, is a chance to be here for you, to share the tools of mental health and the experiences of them, and to be able to celebrate the importance of having these conversations, which all of us are too busy to have, but we couldn't be having more urgency than about. Secondly, I asked you, so in your gratitude, it could be, I'm grateful that this is hard, and I'm grateful that I can ask for help. Secondly, I asked you, what is it that you want to let go of off your back? What is it that you're carrying and feeling tension with? And if you chose to let that go, what could you then open up to? It's interesting when we think about how every no is a yes and how every yes is a no. What are you choosing to do to show up as fully as you can in this lifetime without feeling like you have to do everything alone? And finally, I asked you to look up and look out and think about what you'd like to give and receive from others. Something that I can leave you with before we go to Amy's great presentation is that one thing about servant leaders, and that's what we'll call anybody that leads and gives without any expectation of reward and suddenly finds themselves in places like this, is that we are wired to fawn It's the unspoken fight or freeze or flee. Some of us are wired to go in and hug the bear when everyone else is freezing and pretending it's not there, or running the heck away from it, or fighting it. We hug it. But part of that wiring means that it's important that we allow others to hug us too, and that we give and receive in equal measure. Not in the sense of measuring, but we do know that the Eastern law of reciprocity connects directly with prosperity. If we can give freely from a well that is full because we've allowed others to help us fill it up, then we're actually able to give from an abundant place that's really much beyond us. Thank you for practicing with me, and I encourage you to keep remembering that your inner coach is the most profound coach there is. Don't let your inner coach be anything but kind to you. And let's not say anything to ourselves that we would not ever dream of saying to someone else. And so with that, our yoga coaching section is over, but now it's time to see an amazing presentation on the Tao healing practices. And then I'll see you at the end as we do some wrap up and ask for questions. Dr. Amy.
Yes, thank you so much. And so I love this theme of mindfulness, of movement, of writing, and being able to create your life by design. And one of the ways we do this is by creating the affirmations, but as Dr. Carmack said, first we have to let go to be able to create the space for these affirmations to bring the healing, the nourishment that we need, that our souls need. And for all of the people who give selflessly, whether you're a parent or you're serving or have served, you gave or you give selflessly of yourself, that it's time to take a moment to care for yourself, to fill your well so that you can be present to all the love that's available to you from your loved ones, your community, your friends. Often we feel so spent, whether it's from the worry, the stress, that we don't give the time we need. And so this is a time to see how, with very simple practices, we can take the time to direct the messages that we want to bring into our lives so that we can truly be there for our friends and our family, our communities, and the world. So my journey started in the healing arts when I had very bad stress from work, and I had actually had to go to the hospital because my blood pressure was so high, my heart was racing. I thought I was having a heart attack. And in that moment, I realized I needed to make a change. And so I decided to do the energy healing, but there's still something that I needed, and I found out about a research study using this Tao calligraphy healing field. And by being able to connect these different approaches, I not only was able to address this physical condition, one of the things that I hadn't realized was every night I had night terrors. And I just thought this is part of life. I wake up in the middle of the night screaming, terrified, in a total sweat. And I wouldn't want to go back to sleep. And after having this experience to treat my physical conditions, actually that night was the first time I was able to sleep through the night and have a peaceful night's rest. And it was life-altering, and so I committed myself to learn how to be able to bring this to others. And so if your heart is open and you're willing to try, I would like to demonstrate the Tao calligraphy healing field. So if you're able to stand, it helps to have your feet shoulder width apart. You have your knees soft, but no further than your toes, Have your tailbone tucked in so that your spine is straight. You want your chakras straight, like a string is pulling your head up to the sky. Let your shoulders relax. If you'd like, you can have your hands over your heart and abdomen to focus on your heart, which is the receiver of all of the messages that you take in, and your abdomen, it's your core. You want to be able to bring all of this energy in. If you need to sit, try to have your feet flat on the ground. So if you need to move up on your chair, and then have your heels touching to have these two acupuncture points connected. And again, have your tongue just reaching for the top of your mouth, but not touching right behind your teeth. This way your mouth, if it waters, swallow the saliva, swallow the liquid deep into your abdomen. This will nourish your body. And as you're standing or seated, make sure your back is straight. Now breathe in deeply from your nose. And let the breath go all the way down, down, down to the base of your pelvis, right to your root chakra. Hold it in for 2 seconds to let the air integrate within your body. And when you're ready to release, exhale vigorously from your mouth, like this. And now breathe in and be present to love, compassion, gratitude, light, letting these qualities integrate with your body. And when you're ready to release, let go of stress, anger, worry, anxiety. Just let it go. Breathing in deeply. And really be present to all of the love you have in your life, the blessings in your life, the people you love, the places you love, the things you love to do. Holding in these qualities deep within and letting go of any pain, stress. Just let it go. You can have your eyes open or closed. And as you're breathing in, visualize the sun, the stars, the moon, the planets, the universe, the galaxies, and just let all of that light pour in from your crown, through your body, filling your whole body with light. And when you feel full, just grab that light, it's like liquid light, and just gather it right into your root chakra. You're just getting full of light, and just continue to pack it in like a snowball. You want it to be solid light. And then from your feet, let in all of the love, compassion, the nourishment, the strength and wisdom from earth. Let it fill you up like a tree, going to every cell in your body. And again, you want to gather it right into your root chakra so you feel centered, you feel balanced, you feel full, you feel present, you feel connected. And as you're feeling connected, you can see these beautiful calligraphies. They're written in this simple one-stroke style where you see the strength, the softness. This one here is love, for love melts all blockages and can heal and transform life itself. We have peace. We want to have the inner peace, the peace of mind, to let our whole bodies relax, go calm. We have harmony. We want to have our bodies in harmony. We want every cell in harmony. We want to be in harmony with our friends, our families, our loved ones, to have harmony around the world. So let these messages flow in to fill you with these powerful healing messages. And let us greet our own soul the souls of all the others here with us, and invite all of the souls of our loved ones to be present in our hearts in this practice. So dear everyone and everything, we love you, we appreciate you. We're doing these practices to increase our health, our wellness, our vitality, to boost our immunity. We're creating this field of love and light for all of us to be healthier and happier. I have the power to heal and transform myself. You have the power to heal and transform yourself. And together, we have the power to heal and transform the world. Together, we're creating more love, light, and compassion for all souls. And now, we're going to offer forgiveness. For the more we can forgive ourselves for the mistakes we've made, forgive others, have forgiveness be present, we can let go of the negative thoughts, the negative emotions, and be able to fill ourselves with love, peace, compassion. So if you can forgive a little, you'll get some benefit. If you can forgive unconditionally, you'll get unlimited benefit. So it's very simple. I forgive you. You forgive me. Bring love, peace, and harmony. Bring love, peace, and harmony. We'll say it 2 more times. I forgive you. You forgive me. Bring love, peace, and harmony. Bring love, peace, and harmony. I forgive you. You forgive me. Bring love, peace, and harmony. Bring love, peace, and harmony. And now I'm going to sing Love, Peace, and Harmony one time just so that you can hear this song. But if you don't know the song, when I trace the calligraphies, I'll tell you just to say love, 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 peace, 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 harmony, harmony, harmony. But I want to tell you the meaning of this song. So the first phrase is, I love my heart and soul. So this is bringing all of the health, vitality, wellness into your body. I love all humanity. This is for all of the selfless service each and every person offers to the world. Join hearts and souls together. This is aligning your body for health, aligning your communities to have prosperity, wellness, thriving, flourishing for all souls. And then love, peace, and harmony. We're giving it out to the world. Love, peace, and harmony. We're bringing it back in for our wellness. And so the 6 power techniques are like this. So first we have the body power, our standing up straight, sitting up straight, having our bodies relaxed. You can have your hands over your heart and abdomen to focus the energy there. We're doing the breathing in deeply, holding the breath in for 2 seconds and exhaling from your mouth. We're having the mind power, which is to visualize your body filled with light and gathering it into a ball so you have that light as a reserve, like a battery for future use. We greeted our own soul and each other's souls so that all souls feel welcome in this field of love and light. We're going to say an affirmation. So when I trace love, you can say to yourself, love, love, love. And if doing these, you need to just take a moment, you can just take it in and just hear me sing love, peace, and harmony. And then if you would like to trace, so bringing this message into your body, you can actually trace with your hand like this, with your fingers and thumb together. And as you follow me, you can trace and bring this message into your body. And having your fingers and thumb together, this brings it into the 5 elements within your body so that all of your internal organs get nourished. You have balance within your body. And for some of you who want to have more movement, you can actually trace with your whole body like this. You bring your hands together right in front of your abdomen, and then you can trace with your whole body going up and down, side to side, moving up and down as you trace. But I understand some of you, this may be your first time, so following along with your eyes, taking in the message of love. You can say love. I'm going to sing this very powerful song as I trace, and I'm going to trace through each of the calligraphies one time through so that you really get the power of these beautiful messages. So have your hands over your heart and abdomen, and first visualize the light now coming into your heart. For the more open your heart is, the more open you are to these messages, so that you could be present to the gratitude for all of the blessings in your life, the people you care about, all that you love to do, the places you love around the world. So breathe in. I love my heart and soul. I love all humanity. Join hearts and souls together. Love, peace, and harmony. Love, peace, and harmony. I'm going to sing in what is called soul language to really let it vibrate and nourish your soul. You can focus it into your kundalini area so that it's really nourishing your whole core. Lula, lula, li. Lula, lula, li. Lula, lula, li, lula. Lula, li, lula. Lula, li, lula. And let love wash through you like a river. Just let it melt away any of the negative thoughts, the negative emotions. Let it nourish your heart, your soul. Now we're going to turn to ping on for peace. Let your mind go quiet. Let your heart be peaceful. Let your muscles relax. Let your nerves calm. As the power of peace flows through you to give you the stillness. I love my heart and soul. I love all humanity. Join hearts and souls together. Love, peace, and harmony. Love, peace, and harmony. And now again into your kundalini and your abdomen to really fill this vital area for your vitality, your stamina, to boost your immunity. Lula, lula, li. Lula, lula, li. think of what you need most right now, whether it's for your physical body, your mind, your emotions, a relationship issue, your career. Really hold it in your heart, and let's bring harmony to align your whole mind, body, and soul to your life's purpose. I love my heart and soul. I love all humanity. Join hearts and souls together. Love, peace, and harmony. Love, peace, and harmony. Lula, lula, lee. Lula, lula, lee. Lula, lula, lee, lula. Lula, lee, lula. Lula, lee, lula. Let me just finish tracing harmony. And if I could just have a few more minutes to let you have another meditation. So now that you're in this beautiful condition, just focus on your heart. Visualize a beautiful golden ball of light in your heart. Just let it rotate ever so gently, letting the light expand to fill your body as it's churning gently in your body. Let the light expand to fill your torso, letting the light just gently moving through your body. It's like you're getting a massage from the inside out as the light just flows through every cell, your muscles, your tissues. Let it expand to fill your whole body with this beautiful golden light. So your whole body is filled with light. And let the light expand to go beyond your body, so you're in a bubble of light. You're present in your core, but the light is expanding outward. And let it expand to now fill this entire room with this beautiful golden light. You're radiating it from your heart and just filling the whole room with this beautiful light. We're going to let it expand out to fill this entire building that we're in. You're present to the light in your heart, just radiating out, and let it cover the entire neighborhood that we're in. The light. You are the source of this light, this love. And let's let it radiate out to the entire city that we're in. So we're just present to this beautiful golden light, this peaceful light. And let's let it expand out to the country that we're in. And now let's let it expand to envelop all of our beautiful planet Earth. So we're in this nice big ball of light. It's like a second sun in the solar system. And let it expand out to envelop the entire solar system. So the sun, the moon, all of the planets are enveloped in this beautiful golden light. And let it expand out to the galaxy, to the universe, and beyond. You are the source of this light. You are connected with the universe in this peace. Know you are loved and supported in all that you do. All that you do, know there's so much gratitude and appreciation for your service, for your love, for your compassion. Know there's forgiveness for all that you did, your mistakes. Know you are whole, perfect, and complete, just as you are. Know all the people who count on you. They love you. Be present to their love. Take another deep breath in, and we're going to gather all of this beautiful love and light in, back to the galaxy, the solar system, back to Mother Earth, back to the country that we're in, the city that we're in, this neighborhood, the building, the room. Now have it as a bubble of light around you, and let it be a nice big hug for you. Now bring it back into your body, back into your heart, so you have all of this energy, this love and light for you to go forward, to feel you're well. And I'd like to bring back Dr. Susie Carmack so that we can close this session.
If you can help me thank Dr. Amy. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Dr. Amy. Thank you. Amazing. I want to thank all of you for practicing with us, and I want to thank everyone practicing with us synchronously or asynchronously online and in person. You know, it's an interesting space where we're kind of everything old is new again in brain health. What's interesting is that these practices we're sharing with you have been around for many years, decades, maybe even centuries. And at the same time, there's new innovations happening in science to understand what is the phenomena. Some of it isn't quite explainable, and some of it is. I come at it as a social scientist. I was a yoga therapist and yoga teacher for 20 years before I went back and got a PhD as a single mom, I might add. But I wanted to learn about the phenomena. I wanted to learn what I kind of went in with an ego mind of wanting to know what I had been doing wrong for 20 years, what I should have been saying to people or not saying when I was teaching all those yoga classes and yoga one-on-ones. And what I found in my research is something that even my advisors told me to go and run the statistics on again, and that is that social support predicts well-being. It doesn't matter if you're practicing yoga or not. It doesn't matter if you're on the couch or on the treadmill. It doesn't matter if you're eating a little healthier or not. And I know I'm not winning any friends in my behavior change science colleagues right now, and I'm getting to my point. What matters is the feeling that you know that there's people you can go to share the experience with. And what's so hard for leaders is to be able to break through that barrier. What I used to wonder about those clients I mentioned to you earlier is, well, where do they go when they have a hard moment? They might not want to share their problems home, and if they work in a classified space, they really can't. They don't want to maybe share it at work because they don't want to perhaps be seen as vulnerable. Although thanks to events like this, that culture shift is changing, and I'm so glad about that. They don't want to maybe share with their higher ups because they were worried about impression management. So where do they go? We need backstage people. And I write about this in my book, Wellbeing Ultimatum, where we need people that are our backstage people, even those of us that are going out to be of service for others in their mental health and well-being. We need that too. And so my research did having social support, having someone you can call if your car breaks down, or someone you can reach out to, and feeling not just that you can, but that you feel good about it, that you feel as open about asking for help as you feel great when someone asks you for help. When we don't ask for help, we're losing, the person that we didn't ask has a lost opportunity to help us. There's an opportunity cost when we don't ask. So that's my kind of final thought for you today. These practices are really meant to help us remember that we are in this common humanity together. We are a human system. As Dr. Kirsten Neff calls compassion, 3 things: mindfulness, kindness, and common humanity. Yes, you are an amazing genius and a unique person, but you also have a human system, and it's wired to connect. So please keep doing that, and I'll keep doing that too. If you'd like to learn more, we'll share some resources with the Mayhew Foundation about how you can learn more about the Tao Healing Calligraphy. And I also have a project called the Genius Break Project that has been connected with the Mayhew Foundation for a few years now. We help folks in service-oriented fields to remember that they're a genius, take care of that inner serving genius so they can go serve others. Because we know that the world misses out when we have you burning out and having compassion fatigue. We need you now more than ever. Thank you for this space. Thank you, Mary Lou, for this amazing opportunity. Thanks y'all for being with us. Namaste.
My name is Susanna Aguirre, and I serve on the Board of Directors for the John P. Mayhew Foundation as the Director of Public Policy and Community Outreach, and I'm honored to be here today to introduce this year's Health Defender Award. Julia Brownlee was first elected to Congress in 2012 to serve as the representative for California's 26th District. As her first committee assignment, Congresswoman Brownlee requested to serve on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, making sure to provide the services and care that the service members, veterans, and their families have earned and deserve of the committee's Women's Veteran Task Force. As chairwoman of the Health Subcommittee, Brownlee focuses on improving veterans' access to mental and physical health care, improving service for female veterans, and helping service members transition from the military to the VA healthcare system. One of Brownlee's signature health achievements was passing the Female Veterans Suicide Prevention Act in 2016, which would require the VA to collect data on women's veterans in order to identify best practices, programs, and services to end female veteran suicide. Brownlee also secured passage of the Deborah Sampson Act, the most comprehensive legislation for women veterans in a decade. The bill, which was signed into law in January of this year, will help address the inequities and barriers that women veterans face when accessing VA care and benefits. After graduating with a BA in political science from George Washington University and earning an MBA from American University, Congresswoman Brownlee held several marketing positions with private businesses before finding her true calling in public service. And the work she has done on behalf of veterans made her an obvious choice to receive this year's Health Defender Award. It is now my pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Julia Brownlee. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Mary Lowe Mayhew, for that very kind introduction. It's a humbling honor to be recognized by the John P. Mayhew Foundation, and I want to thank you for your incredible and tireless work advocating for those suffering from post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, and addiction. Your work has been truly invaluable for so many Americans, especially our veterans and their families. As many of you may know, my district, which encompasses most of Ventura County in California, has a very long and rich military history with over 19,000 personnel working at Naval Base Ventura County. Unsurprisingly, we have also become home to more than 40,000 veterans, many of whom served at Port Hueneme and Point Mugu. I have no greater privilege in Congress than serving those men and women. When I was first elected, I asked to be on the House Committee on Veteran Affairs because I wanted to dedicate my time in Congress toward honoring the heroes who so bravely fought to defend our nation and our most sacred values and ideals. As the daughter, sister, and niece of veterans, I take that commitment to our veterans and their families very personally. Since joining the committee, I have greatly appreciated the important partnership that we have with veteran service organizations and other organizations like John P. Mayhew Foundation, who advocate for the needs of our veterans. The impact of these organizations and the support and advocacy you offer to our veterans is so very important. As a member of the House Veteran Affairs Committee, I'm profoundly proud of the work we have accomplished together. During the 116th Congress, working together, we passed a number of critical pieces of legislation, including the Johnny Isaacson and Dr. Phil Rowe Veterans Healthcare and Benefits Improvement Act, which expanded veterans' benefits and improved VA healthcare, including broadening access to comprehensive mental health care and support. We also passed two major bills aimed at ending veteran suicide: the Commander John Scott Hannon Veterans Mental Health Care Improvement Act and the Compact Act, a key priority for all of us on the committee. Also, as our veteran population continues to change, our work to welcome a new generation of veterans, one that is increasingly diverse and one that includes more women veterans than ever before, continues. 2 years ago, I formed the Women's Veterans Task Force because I wanted to do more to give voice to the 2 million women veterans across our nation. As you know, women veterans are the fastest growing demographic of veterans, yet VA has not done enough to prepare for this new generation that needs unique and gender-specific VA care and benefits. Through the task force, we have worked to recognize the contributions of our nation's women veterans, to support them and their families, and to ensure they have equitable access to health care and services at VA. The crown jewel of the task force work was the enactment of the Deborah Sampson Act, which was signed into law in January. This landmark legislation, the most comprehensive legislative package for women veterans in a decade, takes bold actions towards achieving gender equity and accessing VA services. I am especially proud of the specific language in this legislation, which makes permanent the VA pilot program on counseling and retreat settings for women veterans coping with post-traumatic stress and other wounds of war. I know that Senator Tester and I could not have gotten this legislation across the finish line without the hard work and dedication of our nation's veteran service organizations and organizations that advocate for our veterans just like you. So I thank each and every one of you for making this possible. While we take pride in these successes, I know and all of you know that our work is not done. As the 117th Congress continues its work, I look forward to our continued collaboration as we rise to meet the challenges ahead of us. This September, which is also recognized as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, the House Veteran Affairs Committee continues its unwavering commitment to addressing the critical mental health needs of our veterans. Working together, we can ensure that we uphold our nation's solemn promise to our veterans to serve them as well as they have served us. It is the least we can do for their service and sacrifice. It is with heartfelt appreciation that I accept this distinguished award. It truly means so much to me. I am privileged to be recognized by the John P. Mayhew Foundation, and I am eager to continue our work for America's veterans. Thank you all so very, very much.
Thank you for joining us for the 4th Annual John P. Mayhew Foundation Hero's Journey Symposium. I am Heather Flattery, and as a member of the board, I am honored to present our final panel of the day. Our key facilitator will be Kathleen Koch, founder and executive director of Leaders Link. Kathleen is an accomplished journalist and uses her nonprofit to help those affected by global crisis events to prepare for and recover from their experiences. She is joined by our panel of speakers for a conversation on supporting wounds to wellness and what it means to build a blueprint for resiliency. Dr. Annika Vandenbroek is a board-certified licensed clinical psychologist with over 20 years of experience, whose current role is Senior Vice President and Clinic Director at the Stephen A. Cohen Military Clinic at Easter Seals. Brittany Chapman is a Program Manager for the Military and Veterans Program. Reverend Carol Ramsey Lucas is a board-certified chaplain serving as the Integrated Ethics Program Officer at the Washington, D.C. VA Medical Center. And last but not least, Dr. Rebecca Fortgang is a postdoctoral fellow at Harvard University in their Department of Psychology. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much, Heather. And I am really excited to be here today to lead this great conversation with some very special healers and thought leaders who are working currently in their jobs to really help address the behavioral health challenges facing members of the military and their families today. I want to start by looking at this report that came out just a few months ago that really did have some troubling numbers. 7,070 service members have died during military operations since 9/11. But suicides among active duty personnel and veterans of those conflicts have reached 30,177. That's 4 times as many. So clearly something needs to change. Monica, I'd like to start with you. The Stephen A. Cohen Military Family Clinics were started in 2016 specifically to address the military community's mental health needs. Tell us about that and the challenges that you see our service members really wrestling with today.
I think there's unique challenges for military members and the family members, and the mission was really to reduce barriers to care, to provide culturally informed, high quality, evidence-based care, because we recognize that the need exceeds the capacity of what's available right now. And when we think about and talk about the service members who have died by suicide, service members who have died during combat deployments, to keep in mind that 880,000 troops deployed over the 20 years, and that impacted not just those military members, but their families, their children, their parents, the other members in their units and things like that. So we're talking about millions and millions of people.
And you help the family members
Yes,
as well,
absolutely,
correct?
yes.
Children. So how many clinics are there around the country now?
There's currently 19 clinics that are open, and there are several others in the process of opening right now. So in 2022, we should have about 25 clinics in the network.
And again, briefly, what are you seeing people struggle with currently, or service members?
You know, there is a high incidence of PTSD. There are transition issues, depression, anxiety, substance use issues. PTSD can contribute to relational problems in couples and in families. So there's significant problems with that as well. We have a lot of requests for couples and families therapies.
Brittany, the organization you work with, Give an Hour, is another really unique program. Now, you've been around longer, since 2005, right? And you, again, were designed to help the military and their families with their mental health issues. Tell us about Give an Hour and how that works.
Yes, so as you mentioned, Give an Hour has been around for the past 16 years and counting. And our military population really has been the backbone of why we've come to exist. We recognize that there really was a deficit in terms of supports for our military service members, their loved ones, family, friends. And because of that, our military and veterans programs really caters to that particular population. Whether the individual seeking care is active duty, reserve, guard, a military spouse, a child, we serve as a conduit to not replace, but to supplement any existing Department of Defense or VA services.
And the treatment is free, correct? Because Give an Hour means that these mental health providers are donating an hour of their time. Right?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. The counseling services that can be provided in person, phone, or video are provided free of charge to those within our purview for our clientele. And it's an amazing thing to be able to provide those services. And as you mentioned, the providers who accept our Give an Hour clients do agree to provide an hour per week per client that they decide to accept based on their individual needs.
Carol, you are not a mental health professional, but I know it's a lot easier for a service member who's struggling to go stop by to talk with the base chaplain than the base psychologist. So tell me about your role and how many folks do see you as sort of a gateway to mental health treatment.
Absolutely. Chaplain services, there are chaplains in all the VAs all around the country, and we run a lot of different groups. We run a lot of different programs that support the whole person. We're supporting the spiritual self as well as the psychological and emotional self of veterans. And for some people, we have people veterans who participate in our groups, so that's the first interaction they've had with the VA, our moral injury and spiritual recovery group, or grief and bereavement, which I think is more appropriately run from a spiritual care perspective. While it can certainly be a mental health provision, everyone experiences grief, and how are we helping people navigate that from a healthy perspective in a supported way? And so we have people coming in from a lot of different directions, just looking for support, and sometimes we can provide that. You just stop in the office and we'll support you in some way that you can't quite just stop into a psychologist's office.
But at the same time, I know you don't want, as we were discussing on the phone earlier, prior to the event, you don't want service members to hide out with you. They really do need care, correct?
Right. You know, we work closely with mental health providers, and sometimes people can come to our office and we're like, you know, we need to talk about how to connect you with appropriate services. We can continue to support you here, but we want to support you as part of a team. We want to support you with the mental health team. Maybe it's addiction therapy or mental health care with a case manager, or trauma services for post-traumatic stress, and you can participate in all these things, and we're part of that bigger team.
And are they more accepting of that when it comes from you?
I think so. I hope so. And sometimes, you know, I'm like, look, we're all working together to support the bigger picture. And certainly sometimes some of our groups can kind of either grief and bereavement or the relationship skills group or even our spirituality and the arts program. They're like, you know, let's look at how we can get some more help on board for you. And then we've built up a relationship with them, and we have built up a rapport that they'll receive that.
Rebecca, a few minutes ago I mentioned that study with the really startling military suicide numbers. Now, I know you have studied suicide, what causes it. You recently wrote a very powerful commentary arguing that one reason that the problem is so severe is that you don't devote nearly the funding to it that we do to other deadly illnesses. Tell us about that.
Yes, absolutely. So suicide has been a leading cause of death. It's been the 10th leading cause up until provisionally, given that COVID has come in as the 3rd leading cause. Suicide might be the 11th leading cause in 2020, but it's been a leading cause of death in the US and globally. It's also a leading cause of years of potential life lost because it tends to take people who are younger than other causes of death and robs them of many years of life. It's the 4th leading cause of years of potential life lost. It's also the 2nd leading cause of death in individuals ages 10 to 34. So it's
Is that just in the military or the population?
No, in the U.S. population.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a massive cause of death, and yet we haven't seen a proportional response mounted to it in terms of federal research funding that would support actual change over the years in that rate. So the rate of suicide has not meaningfully changed in over a century in the U.S., whereas if you take something else, let's say tuberculosis has dramatically declined in terms of how many lives it takes, and that is largely because, alongside many other conditions like cancer and emerging conditions like Ebola, you know, when it emerged, HIV/AIDS, there was a rapid response from federal research dollars to support interventions and prevention efforts.
Now, what I'm wondering is, I read that one issue is that, for instance, PTSD as one illness was seen as a military problem, and so that's the VA's purview, and so the research dollars weren't initially flowing through NIH as they would for other illnesses. Was that part of the problem?
It could be part of the problem, and I think in general, research for psychiatric conditions generally is lower than funding is lower than for many other medical conditions. Suicide in particular, I think, tends not to be compared with causes of death when considering how much funding it should be receiving, and instead is considered part of a pool of, you know, experiential psychiatric difficulties. But in fact, it takes so many lives. If you think of the number of dollars being spent per life lost, tuberculosis, for example, in 2017 took just over 500 lives in the U.S., and for each of those lives there was over $800,000 of research devoted to it, which is it's very important research, but contrast that with suicide, where there was about $2,000 per life lost, per death. So we're seeing a clear absence of prioritization and a disproportionate response. And that's what we need to move the field forward, to move prevention efforts forward. We need research to actually understand what works for whom and when.
So troubling. Annika, the headline of an article I read a few years ago by a noted psychiatrist about treatments for service members' behavioral health issues read, "Too few, too late, and not good enough." Now, I know that before you joined the Stephen A. Cohen Clinic at Easter Seals, that all of your clinical work was exclusively at military treatment facilities, including Walter Reed. So do any of those observations resonate. And I don't know if you want to comment on what Rebecca brought up as well.
Well, I think it's very true, not just within the veteran or military population, but probably across mental health needs everywhere, that we have stigma that prevents people from seeking care. We have crisis level care and not so much what we would consider sort of primary care, preventative care widely available. We have not all practitioners strongly allied with providing evidence-based care and not necessarily trained in those evidence-based practices. And then we have a shortage of providers. Again, not just within the military spectrum, but, and we were talking earlier about how difficult it is to fill positions right now because we've had increased need in the context of the pandemic. And, but it takes 10 years, you know, to grow a psychologist. And yes, so all of those things are very relatable, absolutely.
And the funding issue, does that?
It's all tied to
permeate at all?
funding, yes, absolutely. Because you can't hire without funding, you can't train without funding, you can't have a beautiful facility and things like that without funding. And that needs to come from multiple sources. And I would add that, you know, mental health did not have insurance parity in any form until 1996 and really not completely until 2010. So again, this is a problem culturally across the whole spectrum. If we're not covering services, if we're not training providers, if we're not destigmatizing, we're going to continue to have that problem.
Brittany, I would love it if you could tell us about some of the unique ways that Give an Hour is trying to give members of the military community the tools that they need to cope in the moment and avoid a crisis so that they don't have to come in, so they don't have to, you know, and end up in an emergency sort of a situation. Things like your Connect to Hope campaign.
Yes, as you mentioned, we have a plethora of resources that are available, again, free of charge, for anyone who would like to have some of those self-help, self-care resources in the moment, as you mentioned. But we actually kicked off Suicide Prevention Month by launching our Connect to Hope campaign.
Which is this month, September.
Which is this month, September. And that Connect to Hope campaign has been just so critical in assisting us with not only providing our providers with the tools that they need to continue servicing our service members and their families, but to also give the individuals who are in need of being connected to Hope those resources that they can use in the moment. An example of one of those resources is our 180 playbook, which we use to really help people recognize the 5 signs of emotional suffering, whether it's agitation, being withdrawn, finding that their self-care may be faltering, and knowing what to do when they're experiencing those signs, because they're not tied to any one diagnosis, if you will. They can often span against several diagnoses, and the key messaging with this campaign and the playbook and everything in between is that it's not necessary to wait until you're in a very bad place to try to seek help. You could just be having a moment, a bad moment in a portion of your day, and that's more than enough to seek to be connected to care.
I'm very interested in those 5 signs because I think it's so critical to, you're helping not only the person who is struggling, but you're helping the people around them know what to look for. And so people don't know how or whether to intervene, whether that person is approaching a crisis if they don't know the signs. Could you go over them again for us?
Sure. So we have agitation, we have feelings of being withdrawn, we may experience faltering self-care, and I'm forgetting the other one, but they're so closely intertwined that it's important to remember that, say for example, you have someone that's typically the life of the party, they light up the room, you know when they're there. And if you notice that suddenly they're just not seeming to be themselves, or you know they're withdrawn, their typical social behavior has changed for some reason, something is just not quite right. A marked change in their typical behavior is something that would be good to look out for, because that way you know how to really meet them where they are, if you will, to help them get that connection to care.
Fascinating. Carol, you mentioned earlier groups, and I hear that can be very, very effective in helping our service members who might have issues, whether it's PTS or moral injury. Tell me about the kinds of groups that you have set up at the VA here in this area, and what you're finding really draws our service members in and is effective.
I believe strongly in the value of groups for veterans. It is not uncommon for veterans to get referred to our groups and tell me first thing, I don't like groups, chaplain. And I'm like, I just want you to come and try this group, right? But you really pull people in with similar experience. So for instance, like our moral injury and spiritual recovery group is for veterans who have experienced combat trauma. And so there are only combat veterans in that group who have combat trauma. And I have long heard veterans tell different stories to different groups for different purposes. They're all true, but you have to pick who you tell what stories to, who can or should receive those stories. And so being in a group, especially with a moral injury and spiritual recovery group with like-minded veterans who've experienced similar traumatic experiences I have found very connecting for veterans, and they're able to support one another in a way that a provider to veteran isn't able to support. We are absolutely very supportive, but having that support from other veterans who've experienced similar circumstances is deeply healing in my experience. And also for like our grief and bereavement group, that people who have experienced loss, and that would transcend combat or era or anything. Everyone experiences grief at some point in their life, and how can we be supportive, and where is your opportunity to be heard, and where is your opportunity to be seen as a person that's going through something and needs support. It is not uncommon for the end of our groups for everybody to want to connect with everybody else, and suddenly they all want to have reunions, and we're like, okay, it's a 10-week group. But they're very supportive and healing we have spirituality in the arts groups that brings people in across all spectrums, just an interest in experiencing creative and expressive arts, which we feel is another way to tell your story. And what we want is for people to have an opportunity to tell their story in a safe and supportive environment. And we know sometimes you need to speak your story, and sometimes you need to sing your story, and sometimes you need to write your story. But all of those things can be healing, and to have that heard in a real deep way.
So interesting. So is this a way really of overcoming a couple of things? Sometimes that feeling of isolation. You're the only one wrestling with a problem. You find out, oh, you're not, because here you are surrounded by your peers. And then I guess it it also just helps you. Because I've heard in a report I did years ago, someone who'd set up a camp to help children who lost their parents at an early age, that every time you share your story, you heal a little bit. Mm-hmm. So is that part of it too? The sharing of the story is healing.
I will say that in healthcare, healing is very distinct from curing. And I think there is always space for healing. I was a hospice chaplain for 9 years, and I can tell you the moment for healing is never too late. And so how you approach that, and how you make room for that, and how you make space for that is sacred, and which is why I feel it's included under spiritual care for veterans. But yeah, that space to tell your story and to have it be heard and received is deeply healing.
Do service members often then go from the groups to individual care, and is that part of the goal, or not always?
Not always. We have people who will do, I've got veterans who will do every group I offer. They will do them all. They will come to every group. They will stay in that group forever and ever. And I love that. And I have veterans who come in, they do a 10-week group. They're like, I'm good, And then we transition them into different levels of care, or from different practitioners, or maybe that's enough to get them started with some of the other treatments that are available in the VA. Like, hey, this might be supportive and helpful. So definitely sometimes people they come in and they stay forever. They're never leaving chaplain service, and sometimes, and hopefully most times, we're putting them into the big tent and pulling them into a lot more care.
Rebecca, I was wondering if you wanted to chime in on anything that you've heard the other panelists share.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
some remarkable examples of targeting mental health concerns, especially among service members. I'll say, the issue of stigma came up, and of people hesitating to access care, and potentially going to speak to a chaplain, maybe feeling less stigmatizing. I will say that, and the issue of access to care also came up. I will say that there's some evidence that stigma is reducing for certain kinds of mental health concerns, among younger people. And so that we might be seeing this shift as time goes on toward more and more need for trained clinicians. And as you said, it takes a decade to grow a psychologist. There are all kinds of mental health clinicians, but all of them, it takes time to train and to learn. And I think that we are going to be seeing a growing need, especially as stigma in some subpopulations and for some concerns starts to reduce. But we are seeing really sticky, unbudging stigma in certain spaces. And I think the military is one of those spaces where it's been really tricky to move the needle on stigma and improve access to care, which is why it's really exciting to hear about some of these initiatives.
I was going to end with stigma, but we can go ahead and transition to that right now and have kind of a more free-flowing discussion. Do you want to start it off, Annika? Because I know we talked a lot about it when we chatted before this event.
We did, and I was active duty psychologist in the military several decades ago now, and I think there has been a positive shift, but it's a slow to change culture. I think our broader culture is also slow to change, but there are traditions. There's a tradition of sort of suck it up and drive on, basically, so.
Right, wasn't there a Patton movie where he and I don't know if it was
slaps
a true story, slaps a
it
guy
is,
and calls him
I believe it's a true
something
story.
horrible,
Yes, and so
yellow
this,
belly and
this
whatever.
idea that, any, being distressed in any form is a sign of weakness. And
sign of being human.
Yeah, exactly. And we all have a capacity that can be exceeded. And then there's sort of the reality for active duty service members that in some cases, when they seek mental health care, it may have career impacts. And I think that encouraging service members to seek care without really addressing that they have that concern, what the parameters are around that. The vast majority of routine mental health care isn't going to have career impacts, but it is something, and you can imagine in a civilian setting, if you thought you would lose your job for going to a counselor, you would probably either not want to go or be very, very secretive, and if you went, you would maybe not reveal everything that was going on because you would be fearful that it would somehow impact your employment. So stigma is a larger challenge, I think, in the military population. And then, when we get out, become veterans, we still take that culture with us, right? So that stigma, that idea that, if I ask for help, it's going to indicate weakness, or if I ask for help, I'm really not as bad as that other person that went through this experience in deployment, so that service isn't for me. So there are.
Do they feel like almost, I don't, it's not that I don't need it, but I didn't go through something as bad, so they really should have that care and not me. Even if you're still struggling, there are different levels.
Like my worst day wasn't as bad as that person's worst day. So, I should let them have dibs.
The care,
right. I should let them have care. And, I always say that's not really how it works, right?
And at State and Co, when service members come there, their records remain private. They are not accessible by DOD, correct?
Correct. So we're not part of the VA or the DOD system. We do see active duty military, and we have to send a brief, there has to be a release, and we send a brief summary back, basically a diagnosis and number of sessions.
You send the summary
to their primary care manager, not to their command. But there are people that are hesitant because maybe they're in the disability system with the VA to seek care because this is also another stigma and access to care problem. The perception that if I get better, I'm going to lose my benefits. And so I don't want to go to the VA, I don't want to talk to them because that will jeopardize you know.
Interesting, because once they're out of the service, they don't have the food and you know, everything isn't provided, and so they may be surviving.
They
on
may
those
be,
benefits.
exactly. So it's very complicated, and we're talking about an immense system with millions of people receiving care, and I think these challenges are hard to overcome a lot of times. So we have institutional and systemic challenges. We have individual challenges in terms of the perception of stigma. We have access challenges around having enough providers, having enough, and we have a whole network of different resources here, you know, in ways that we want to bring people in and allow access. And we still see that there's a lot of need,
Brittany, I know that your organization was started, right, to help veterans with this issue for that very reason, because of the stigma, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and similar to the discussion that was just happening, the counseling that's provided through our given our providers, our network is 4,500 plus strong now, is provided confidentially as well. Naturally, if there is a serious threat to life or anything of that nature, you know, we are all mandated to be responsible in that manner, but we don't report back to the command. We don't report back to, we don't report back, which is a reason why a lot of times I'll get referrals from active duty or guard or reserve or what have you, because they feel like they have that safe space in us to get that counseling that they would be fearful to seek otherwise. And though we do serve all individuals affiliated with the military, active, retired, whether you served for a day or 10,000 days, they would be eligible for our services. We always like to make sure that clients remember that, you know, there's a life outside of the military, right? You spoke about VA benefits and things of that nature, and unfortunately, if it's not in the record, it doesn't really exist. So, you know, there's that fine line to kind of teeter between encouraging individuals to get care safely and supporting them in the interim so that they have the tools to succeed and cope healthily in between, but making sure that we do everything we can to really kind of destroy the stigma, because that's really what it's all about.
Carol, what do you think? What are you seeing? I mean, you're working in the VA system. Is the stigma getting better?
I have to say, I think it is. Maybe that's me over here in spiritual care, and there isn't the same kind of stigma around a spiritual care supportive conversation or a series of supportive spiritual care groups or individual sessions. And so we do sometimes have people who want to connect with a chaplain, and it is a way to, like, as we've talked about, that gateway into supportive care. And you know, I'm putting in a chaplain note. I'm not putting in a mental health note. It does get documented that you came to see a chaplain, but it's a very different kind of, people feel very different about it. But we certainly have lots of people coming through, getting evidence-based, good mental health treatment in the VA. And in some ways, we're putting in more and more groups because the need for groups, the need for support is there. And especially during the pandemic, we have a grief and bereavement group running every month now, whereas we ran it a couple times a year, we had plenty of people, and now we're running it every month. And so, and the changes in having groups be virtual during the pandemic has been really interesting.
Well, that's what I was wondering when you said you're running it every month. Is it that there's more death, or is it that the telehealth is easier?
Telehealth is easier.
It just makes it easier for people to participate.
We've seen a real change in who utilizes our groups. They're working. They're working people, whereas we're downtown in DC. It is a hassle. It can, you know, if you have to take a whole day off to come into the city and come to an hour-and-a-half group and then go back out again, whereas, or if you take, you know, your lunch break and you have an hour-and-a-half and then you can go back to work, or you have to find a nice, secure place to be in part of the group. We do have, telehealth etiquette rules around how to do that to safeguard everyone's privacy, but it's much more accessible to a wider group of people. And so we're seeing a real change, much younger veterans, OEF, Iraqi veterans and Afghanistan veterans who are able to participate in our groups, and I'm very hopeful. I mean, I think we won't go back. We'll continue to have groups be virtual going forward. We may have some be in person. We do still have some veterans who want to come and sit in person and meet, and I understand that, but most of our groups will remain virtual.
I want to ask a question on the telehealth before I get to you, Rebecca. So how has that changed things for you during the pandemic?
Everything that was just said. We were offering telehealth prior to the pandemic, which I'm incredibly thankful for, because we had about a 24-hour period of time where we had to transition 100% of our clients to telehealth, but about 30% were already using telehealth. We saw lower rates of no-shows, lower rates of cancellation. Women veterans are more likely to engage via telehealth than they are in person, because they're more likely to be balancing childcare and work and things like that. We saw a slight increase in the number of sessions that people were engaging in, so that translates to we actually are seeing better outcomes from treatment, so greater reduction of PTSD or depression or anxiety symptoms. And we have reopened to in-person services, and only about 10% of our appointments are in person right now.
10%?
So, yep. Wow. So people are staying on telehealth for that convenience. Lunch hour, we have people go sit in their car, and they're parked, outside their kids' elementary school an hour early so they can have their session. It's time during nap time, lunch breaks, anything like that. And the reality is, in this area, or for anybody, to drive an hour and a half, which is a very common length of commute in this area, to have a 1-hour appointment and then drive back, you've missed half a day of work. And to do that every week, it's one thing if you have, you go see your dermatologist once a year or something, but for a weekly appointment, it's really not sustainable for most people. So telehealth has been tremendous, really tremendous at, and I don't think we'll go back either. I don't think we'll go even to 50%.
Would you say the same?
Yes. As I mentioned, our volunteers are all volunteer mental health providers. By the way, which is in addition to their standard provision of services that they do with their individual practices. So this is time that they're carving out specially for our military and veterans populations. So with that, we do everything we can to make sure that our providers have the tools and the resources to be as successful as they can be as part of our network and outside of it. So I would say at the very low end, we have about 69–70% of our providers that have the ability to offer telehealth counseling. We've actually gone to great lengths to even provide specialized training through the Telehealth Certification Institute for telemental health. We trained about 500 providers in that regard to ensure that they not only have the capacity to perform counseling through telehealth, but to make sure that all of the nuts and bolts and the inner workings of what providing counseling in a virtual format consists of, they're equipped with that to be able to provide the best possible counseling that they can. So I don't think we're going back. Of course, it's up to the individual providers, but it's working very well so far.
Right. Rebecca, did you have any thoughts on telehealth you wanted to share?
Sure, yeah. I've been witnessing the same change. I think it's remarkable. I think we spoke a little bit about this earlier, but whereas in the educational space, there had been a lot of momentum behind shifting to virtual education even before the pandemic, it seemed to falter. It's been really tricky. In mental health, there was tremendous resistance to making this shift prior to the pandemic, and out of need, the field really made this leap in an amazingly fast, efficient manner, and I think everyone's really on board now, and I think it will stick around. Just at this time that there's increased need, along with the pandemic, there have been more and more people struggling in different ways. Some of the work I've done with my amazing research team I work with has found that there's increases in suicidal thoughts, for example, with the pandemic. There's also some good news, which is that there's easier access to care no matter where you live in the country, no matter whether you have a vehicle or not, you can access a provider. It's still not that easy. I would argue we still really need more research funding, and more funding for clinical care to make sure that we're providing services that are going to be effective and that all clinicians are trained in these evidence-based interventions, because you can find a therapist and not necessarily find one who's going to be providing you evidence-based care.
Is that a big problem?
Huge problem, in my opinion. I don't know if we all share this sense, but yes, it's one of the biggest problems facing our field, I would say, is the heterogeneity of what is offered depending on what type of clinician you connect with. And for the average person who's not trained in this field, why would you know precisely what to look for, or how to look for keywords that even indicate that someone's providing care that has an evidence basis? So we really need some more effort to provide uniformity across training experiences and clarity to consumers of services so that they understand, what they're accessing.
I see a lot of heads nodding over here now. Annika, I know you specialize in cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yes.
Do you want to take on a little bit of what Rebecca said about evidence-based? I mean, I think that isn't that one of the very evidence-based methods of treatment that's very successful? Correct?
Absolutely, and Cohen Veterans Network has, as a piece of their mission, is to provide a high level of training for the clinicians and hire staff that are specifically trained in providing evidence-based care. Because it's very difficult to have good outcomes and reliable outcomes if you are not practicing evidence-based medicine. And in the same way that if we went to a medical physician, we would expect them to provide us treatment based on the most recent, up-to-date research.
You want proof that it works.
And somehow, in the field of psychology and behavioral health care, that hasn't always happened. And I agree that consumers don't know the difference, and that training programs vary in how much they educate the students in evidence-based care and the importance of it.
Could you explain to us what cognitive behavioral therapy is? I think most of us probably don't know.
So fundamentally what cognitive behavioral therapy is looking at is saying the things that happen to us and the way we make sense of it are filtered through our beliefs. Those are our thoughts. That's the cognitive part.
The voice in our head.
Yeah, and we do stuff with those thoughts. We think nobody, I'll go to this party and I'll say something and it'll be really embarrassing and nobody's going to talk to me. And so we feel hopeless about going to this party, and then we don't go. That's the behavior, right? And so looking at identifying thoughts that are inaccurate or not helpful, or behaviors that aren't helpful, or skills that you're missing. Well, maybe you don't know what to say at a party, but that is actually a skill you can learn and you can practice. Or maybe you're just underestimating your ability, to be a good conversationalist. So all of those pieces fit together, and as it turns out, it's very effective and it's been well researched across multiple different psychological diagnoses, and even the strongly evidence-based treatments for PTSD, like cognitive processing therapy, prolonged exposure therapy, fundamentally are cognitive behavioral therapies. With slightly different focuses. But we know that it's effective and a good body of research. And there are other evidence-based treatments that aren't necessarily cognitive behavioral. But it just happens to be my wheelhouse.
Okay. Brittany, did you want to chime in here?
Well, I don't think there's very much else I can add, but from the consumer side of things, because I know that it's important to keep in mind that we've discussed quite at length that they don't always know what it is that they're looking for, especially since there are so many different types of providers out there. So as part of what we're doing this month, though we know that suicide prevention is a 365, sometimes 366 if it's a leap year, thing that we should be talking about, is just the importance of how to kind of navigate seeking that care. Because different providers do different things, as we've been talking about. And
so is there a menu that you offer people when they come to you? I mean, can they choose, and then do you have to explain, obviously, if they don't know what this means, right?
We have to explain, and there have been times where I've gotten referrals from clients. I've had clients reach out to me specifically looking for a psychologist. And then, when I'm getting into that interaction with them, I said, well, are you specifically looking for a psychologist, or are you maybe looking for a licensed mental health counselor? And they said, well, I've always heard that psychologists do these sorts of things, so I think I need a psychologist. And I said, well, is it possible that maybe another type of provider that we have in our network may work for you? Sure, I didn't know that there were more. So then, you know, we'll run down what that looks like, because on our provider search tool, on the forward-facing portion of it, they are able to see what the credentials are that the provider that they may want to connect with has. But that's just, you know, some of those little known things that we don't always think of, because, you know, we do this all day, every day. But typically, you know, the standard consumer may not know. So we do our part to make sure we're educating on that as well.
Carol, I know you're not, again, a mental health practitioner. Did you want to chime in on this or no?
I agree. Yes.
Well,
I'm on board.
I'd like to talk about the pandemic, because I know we all are very aware that this has increased the need for mental health care across the board in our military community, in the world at large. But at the same time, it comes as, and you've, I think, all touched on this at one point or another today, we face this acute shortage of providers. So, Annika, how do we grapple with this mismatch in supply and demand? What are the solutions?
I wish there's a quick, easy solution. You know, some of it has been offering a greater array of wellness services, of self-care kinds of resources for people, offering groups where we can get a larger number of people in. I think in the long term, we really have to examine how we are training mental health providers in all the different specialties that they come in.
Does the training need to be shortened, condensed, supported with funding? Do they need to? Do they need more scholarships? Okay.
All of it. You know, within the military, we have mental health technicians who are a little like a medic, in the sense that they may just have a high school education. They're enlisted, but then they go through advanced individual training to become a mental health technician.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah. Well, it just doesn't exist. There's no
in the private sector.
Yeah,
Okay.
there really isn't. And so they provide. They do some screening. They can co-facilitate groups. They may be doing some of the outreach and connecting, because if we want to destigmatize, you want also people just out talking with the mental health people.
So maybe we need to create that in the civilian world to help lighten the load.
Yeah. But we also need graduate school is very expensive, and in some of the fields like social work, the pay is low. So we
so they graduate with all this debt, and very little way to pay it off.
And we need greater representation across minorities, because this is also a barrier to care. If we're asking minority groups to go and every provider looks nothing like them, that is a barrier. Just like asking veterans to go and it makes a difference. Sometimes people call and say, I only want to talk to a veteran. I only want to see another veteran. So there are many pieces to this puzzle. So anything you list, I'll probably say yes. We need that. Yeah.
Well, Brittany, what do you think about what Annika said? And I'm curious, since you Given Hour relies on these mental health care providers donating their time, are you having difficulty keeping people continuing to donate or getting new providers to participate when there are so many demands on their time right now?
Right. Like it's been said, I mean, there's just not enough hours in a day. And it doesn't seem to be getting any better. We've been seeing, just with the pandemic at large, I used to say post-COVID, but that's not really a thing yet, right? So
not yet.
During and to be continued, we're seeing a lot of these mental health conditions skyrocket. I mean, 3-4 times the rates previously with anxiety, depression, PTSD. So there is a major demand. And even when you're having providers that you may be going through insurance to see, you know, outside of our network, there's a wait there, sometimes 3 and 4 months. So, you know, we expect that we will continue to see that. What I am happy to report is that a lot of times when I reach out to one of our providers to try to connect one of our clients to a provider, they'll say, you know, my schedule is really jam-packed, but let me talk with this client and see what we can work out. So they are exercising a great degree of flexibility more times than not, because they are giving that hour because they do believe in that mission, and they do believe in the importance of catering to this population. And like I said before, you know, telehealth has really made a difference. I know even for me personally, I'm not having to take half a day to go anywhere. You know, I kind of just get on my computer and do my thing. And I'm hoping that having that influx of providers that are offering telehealth, even on the MTFs, you can have your virtual encounter and things of that nature. I think that will certainly help to reduce some of the barriers to getting connected to care. And I also hope to see, like Annika said earlier, that we are able to have more representativeness in,
That's what I was going to ask
in the
you.
field, because it's important. You know, it's.
What is the demographic makeup, would you say, of your providers? Can you tell us
Oh
about
goodness, I don't have that number off the top of my hand. I wish I did. Next time I'll have it. But you know, it's when you're connecting with a provider, this is someone you're going to be talking with for a very long time. Maybe, but hopefully as long as that continues to help improve the mental health outcomes. And you know, that's why it's important that, you know, if it's a gender, a specific gender of a provider you're looking for, state that. If there's a specific credential for your provider that you're looking for, it's important to state that. And when our clients are looking for providers, they are able to drill down to gender if they would like to speak specifically with a female provider or specifically with a male provider. And they can also filter out based on certain types of mental health conditions, whether it's eating disorder or grief. So our providers are categorized in that way to determine whether or not they may be able to meet that need. On the back end, I'm able to filter demographic information such as whether it's pronouns or race and ethnicity. I don't believe it's forward-facing, but if a client does express an interest to say, I'd like to be connected with an African-American provider, I do have the ability to filter that and contact providers based on those parameters.
That's great. Carol, I was wondering, how do chaplains help fill any gaps in provider numbers that might exist at the VA, and what potential solutions do you see similar to some that have been suggested here already?
Well, of course, chaplains, if we've discussed, are not mental health providers, but we are there, and we are perhaps not as burned out as, because everything that's been discussed screams to me of compassion fatigue and burnout as well of the providers. I'm tired just listening to Annika and Brittany. And I think we've, at the DCVA, been very mindful of taking care of our providers and taking care of our mental health providers. I know that one of the things we had was a whole initiative around compassion fatigue, that our mental health providers are also in a pandemic and struggling with childcare and struggling with all family members who are sick themselves, who are experienced illness, their family members, and that is an important piece, I think, of what is driving some people to retirement, what is driving some people to leave the field, and I don't know that I can't fill the gap of mental health providers, but we can help to attend to some of the compassion fatigue and burnout that mental health providers are experiencing, because I think, as Brittany has said, like however many hours those providers are already working, they're here like, okay, let me work something out, right? Or I'm up reading secure messages about my veterans because I'm worried someone's having a crisis, or someone's been admitted to the hospital and now we gotta worry. So I will say, from the spiritual care perspective, that I'm worried about the mental health providers as well as the veterans who need the mental health care.
That's such an interesting thought. Rebecca, when the pandemic started, I know that you were already following a group of patients that had suicidal thoughts, behaviors, and the study I know only went through the early days of the pandemic, the early months, I should say. But could you tell us what you found and what that does? Do you think, how does that portend for the future? Again, didn't go through this pandemic, the length of it as it is continuing. And then how does that complicate this provider shortage that we're experiencing?
Absolutely, yeah. So the research group that I work with, we happened to be already conducting this ongoing, what's called an intensive longitudinal study, meaning that we recruit people, in this case, who are struggling with suicidal thoughts or have recent suicidal behaviors. We recruit them in the emergency room and on an inpatient unit, and we follow them for 6 months very intensively, where they respond to multiple surveys per day and also wear a biosensor like this. And we would never have been able to magically initiate this study at the start of the pandemic, and even if we had, it was all in-person activity, had to stop, but even if we had, we would never have been able to contrast the before and the after of this change. It's only because, and the study is ongoing, but there was a segment of participants who were already enrolled before the pandemic hit the US, and who remained enrolled and continued to provide data to us every single day in the early months, the early part of the pandemic. And we saw, among the adults in particular at that time, an increase on average in suicidal thinking. And some other studies have also found that there's evidence that suicidal thinking is increasing. Not necessarily suicide attempts at this point, but this is a dangerous pattern overall. One thing, though, that our study found that I think aligns with some of the topics that are coming up is that there was a lot of individual variation. So yes, on average, there was this increase, but it didn't apply to everybody in our study. And one thing, one big transformation that I hope to see in our field is more individualized care. We're talking about evidence-based treatments, which I think are so important, and we know that on average they work. But what we really need to know is what works for whom and when, and especially in suicide prevention, you can have a patient, in your practice who's chronically suicidal or periodically suicidal, and what we really need to know is, when is it a crisis? When do we need to, pull on which intervention? And this is the kind of thing, not to keep beating the same drum, but where we really need research funding. We oughtn't just guess. We really need to inform this with research. And there is exciting research going on this topic, but ideally we would know, and increasingly we do have an understanding of when to use which type of intervention with which person. And during the pandemic, this is just as much of a problem as ever, but in the context of even more suicidal ideation and even more severe and potentially crisis level psychiatric distress.
I'd like to, we're almost out of time, just give you each briefly a second to share a final thought, because I think we're in a really interesting place right now. Stigma reducing, we hope, when it comes to receiving mental health care, but then the need soaring across the board as the number of providers is perhaps in an all-time low. So what does the future hold? Just maybe a sentence, very brief on that.
Well, I think we have a ways to go on the pandemic. You and I were talking about that. I really hope that behavioral health care becomes like going to the doctor for a checkup. Mm-hmm. That we get away from crisis level care. We get people upstream early in, you twist your ankle, you go to the doctor, and you go to the doctor because you don't want it to get worse and you need a brace for a while. I really want to see that. And I hope telehealth becomes a road to that. I hope destigmatizing becomes a road to that. I hope that evidence-based care becomes a road to that. I really think that's what I hope for.
Brittany?
Well, that was really hard to follow. It will sound a lot of the same, but the more that we have these conversations, I think the easier it may be to kind of swallow the reality of what we're dealing with. Between the pandemic, in the COVID sense, and some other things, regarding injustices and things of that nature, it is a cyclical thing that we're always going to be dealing with something in some way at some point in time. So it makes complete and total sense that we continue to make sure that we're reducing the stigma, continue to make sure that we're doing our part to make sure that this care is accessible, because it's one thing to be accessible in the sense that you can reach out and touch it, but there's also that equity aspect of it. Can it be afforded? Does your job or workplace or lifestyle allow you to be able to access this sort of care? So we have a way to go, but I think we're getting there.
Carol?
It is my hope and goal to be able to include spiritual care as part of the whole health picture for all veterans, and that no matter what, there is always time to find healing.
Rebecca, the last word.
So much responsibility. I would echo what's been said, and I too feel really hopeful about the way our field is going. You know, in the field, we've wanted people to be more willing to access care, have a more open approach to mental health care for years. This is actually starting to happen, and I think now it's on us to push ourselves to break the mold of the way that we've been doing things, you know, for decades. You know, we've been doing 50 hours a week in our office, you know, certain kinds of boundaries, certain kinds of parameters, and I think some of what you were saying, you know, can we shift the model? Can we offer annual checkups? Can we do something else that permits more efficiency of care and push ourselves?
Wonderful. Well, Annika, Brittany, Carol, Rebecca, thank you so much for joining me in this wonderful discussion on, you know, leading our service members from wounds to wellness. Thank you all.
Well, this has been a very exciting day. I don't know about you, but my head's really spinning with everything I've heard today. Our discussions really left us with a lot to think about, especially with those numbers we started off with this morning, 193, 130, and 261. While we've really made a lot of progress, and it's amazing to see the great minds and the great effort that organizations and our government and individuals are doing to really improve mental health in our country, it's clear that we need to do more. And I think symposiums like this give us the energy and the fortitude to go forward and continue the great work. Because those of us in the field know it's hard, it's draining, you're tired, and it's a lot of energy. But I really feel energized after today. And it left us with a lot to think about, not only as individuals, about being leaders, leaning forward, caring for others, asking those questions. From an organizational point of view, you know, what do organizations need to be doing to make sure systems are in place to take care of their people and take care of each other? And as a nation, one of the things we need to do as a nation is start treating mental health like every other disease. Okay, and that means putting more money out there for research, you know, making sure that mental health care is part of integrative care. Doing just some simple things like that can really make sure that those numbers we talked about this morning are reduced in half, or, you know, at some point they're not there. But an event like this today does not happen in a vacuum. It's a lot of hard work, and I have so many people to thank. All the panelists, some of you have been repeat panelists for a few years and come back, and I think the fact that we have such great discussions says a lot about the quality of the people we can bring forward. I have my sponsors to thank, such as MITRE, Capital Business Collective, Leaders Link, Veterans in Transition, Glow Media, and so many others. And I want to remind people that, you know, we're a nonprofit. We rely upon your generosity and donations. But so many of the other organizations here today, such as, you know, Easter Seals and Give an Hour and Leaders Link, are also volunteer nonprofits and require your support to continue their good work. But there's two people that have to be thanked today that this would not happen without their efforts. Dr. Emery. You have to come up here and be thanked personally. And Rodney, you have to come up too, okay? But, you know, this wouldn't happen. You know, Christine carries a big stick. Christine carries a big stick. Rodney carries a lot of cords and duct tape, okay? So, Rodney, thank you very much, but if he can sneak up here for a second, that would be, come on, you can sneak up for a second, come on. This man and his great team, made everything happen, and you've done this for a couple years for me, so thank you so much.
Greatly appreciate your collaboration, my friend.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you. And with that, we're going to end our session today. And again, thank everyone for all your support. There's a lot more that needs to be done, and I encourage you to take care of each other, ask the right questions, and if somebody needs help, get them to the resources they need. We're all going to face a mental health crisis in our lifetime, and if not, it'll be a loved one, a family member, or somebody near and dear to us. So do what's needed, educate yourself, be aware, and do what's right. So thank you.